Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Development Management Committee, the 17th of January. Welcome council members present, officers and those members of the public with us today in the room and those who are viewing online. Some housekeeping this morning. In case of a firearm, exit the doors of the building and make your way to the far end of the car park. For those who need them, toilets are outside the door on the left, water is available outside on the door on the right. Reminder, this is a public meeting. Members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, those in the room. But unless registered as a speaker, you're not able to take part and speak. We are live webcasting today, so I can remind council members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking. And also remind everybody in the room, if you can switch off or silence your mobile phones and mute your laptops, just in case we get feedback. In terms of how the meeting items are presented today, the order for each application is as follows. The case officer, the planning case officer, will present their report. The objector will speak, supporter will speak, the parish council representative will speak, ward members will then speak. Members are able to put a question to each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the presentations, we'll move into debate, and then at the conclusion of the debate, on each application, the members will vote and come to a decision. I would now like to ask the officers at the top table to introduce themselves. I'll introduce myself first. Councillor Mark-Long. I am chairman of this committee.
Good morning. I'm Amelia Bolter, Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee.
Good morning. I'm Bernard Taylor. I'm Vice Chairman of this committee.
Good morning. I'm Pat Weimer. I'm Head of Development Management, South Hams.
Good morning. I'm Lucy Hall. I'm one of the planning officers.
Thank you. Moving to the agenda, apologies. Do we have any apologies for absence?
Chair, we have no apologies.
Thank you. Move to item 1, the minutes. Can I ask, you've all seen the minutes of the meeting of the 13th of December. Can I seek your agreement that these are a correct minute? We have Councillor Pannell and Councillor Nix. All those in favour of those? Approve? Thank you. Item 2 of the agenda, there are no items of chair's business. Division of the agenda, I'm not aware of any reason to divide the agenda. Declarations of interest. Members, anybody here have any declarations of interest? Councillor Hodgson?
Yes, thank you. Regarding the final one, 3855/23/CLP, I've been participating in the group that has brought this forward for about the last 15 years, but only as I have no vote. It's just a small group that has been gathering this project and taking it forward.
Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Nix.
Sorry, I have knowledge of one of the managers of Palladium, the applicant for the first.
Mr. Fairburn, could you clarify any points on those, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I would be interested to know what Councillor Nix means by having knowledge of a director or a member of the Palladian company. Is he just as a friend or an acquaintance, or what is the nature of the relationship?
It's the father of a friend.
Apologies, I've lost sound. Sorry, Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so I didn't hear anything that Councillor Nick said.
It's the father of a friend.
Okay, I think that's not sufficient to merit an interest that prevents you from taking part in the debate or the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbairn. Right. The list of item 5, the list of speakers has been circulated to members, those who are attending and speaking today. And we now move on to the agenda item, the applications. The first application is 230623 FUL, and the officer is Ms. Lucy Hall. If I can ask Ms. Hall if she's ready. Okay, we have a technical glitch.
Apologies, all sorted.
When you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Okay, so first application is 230623 FUL. It's for the change of use of a premises for the sale of motor vehicles to the sale of building supplies and associated works. So you will all see from the officer report that the recommendation is refusal. I've got a couple of updates in no particular order. First of all, paragraph 5.8 of the committee report. My apologies, but in the summing up on the section on the impact on the Highlands Health Centre, I've said that there would not be a conflict between users accessing the health centre and the vehicles. Obviously, that should be that there would. We're concerned that there would be a conflict, so apologies for that. Received some additional information, which I'm hopeful you've all received by email, some rather short notice, but we've had a phase 1 land contamination report, and we've had a couple of plans. So we've had an update to the SWEP analysis, just showing the accurate car parking. I've had an elevation showing the street scene and the with the proposed fence on, and I've had a section showing the proposed planting, but I've included them within my presentation, and I'll talk throughout. I've also had an additional letter of representation since I wrote the report. It's raising an objection, focuses on traffic impacts, and it doesn't raise any new issues to those covered within the report. And finally, on Monday, at the site inspection, there was a couple of questions regarding trees. I was hopeful that our tree officer would be able to attend today, but unfortunately he's involved in a planning appeal, so he can't make it. But he just wanted to reiterate his comments, that the proposed use is similar to the previous uses in terms of storage and how the hard standing would be used, and as such it doesn't raise any particular concerns. He did recommend a pre-commencement condition if we were minded to approve it, and that was because of there was unclear about the physical separation between the roots, which I've covered in the report, and concern that there could be pressure to prune fell the branches to protect any goods stored underneath. Okay, so turning to the application site, so it's outlined in red on the plan in front of you. So just wanted to point out a couple of things. So we've got 2 access points into the site, one from the southeast and one from the southwest. These are existing. The one on the southwest, as you will have seen on Monday at the site inspection, also forms the vehicular access and a pedestrian access point to the adjoining health centre, which I will talk about in a minute. Okay, so in terms of surrounding uses, there is a commercial building which adjoins the site, which doesn't form part of the application. Westwards, we've got the dentist on the adjoining site, and this is the access to the dentist. Over the road, predominantly residential properties, but there are a couple of commercial uses as well. We've also got Ivy Bridge Methodist Church, which, as I've said in the report, the building itself, as well as the some of the boundary walls, are Grade 2 listed. To the west of the site, we've got Grosvenor Court, which is retirement housing. I think there's about 46 or 48 units within there. There has been a number of representations from the residents on behalf of the residents about the potential impact of the development on them. We've also got Pound Farm Lane here. That is a public right-of-way, although it is used by vehicles as well to serve a couple of properties. But predominantly it's used as a footpath, accessing the school, and a number of residential properties to the north of the site. And there's also a couple of access points to the health centre, which I will talk about. And then just to the west of the site slightly, we've got Highlands Health Centre. Okay, so this is just the aerial view. You can see that there's a couple of buildings on the site. We've got a row of trees on the northern boundary. They are the protected trees. You can see from this photograph here that there are a number of cars on the site. This was the previous use, which was Ivy Bridge Motors. And there was a couple of questions on Monday. So I've just got a couple of street view images from Google just to show how the site was used previously. I think it's been vacant for around a year. And as I've said within the officer report, obviously the redevelopment of the site for commercial does weigh quite heavily within the plan and balance. But there is historic commercial uses on this site. Okay, so in terms of the proposal in front of you today, so just looking at the externals first. So the intention is to retain all of the existing hard standing on the site. If I split it into 3 areas, so my cursor is at the north of the site. So this area would be used for storage of larger items, overflow storage, as well as for employee parking and the business vehicles. There was a question asked at the site inspection about how many people the current business employs, and that is 7, although it's stated within the submission that most of those people live locally. So obviously an advantage of staying in Ivy Bridge would be to allow them to walk to work. The businesses that's looking to operate it would be expanding, so there could be an increase in employees. And obviously just to stress that planning permission comes with the land and not an individual. So we've got Palladium Building Supplies that are looking to operate the site, but equally another operator could use it and use the site differently. But that's the proposal we've got. So just turning to the south of the site. So the blue area here, that would be the main storage area. It's indicated as dumpy bags and paving slabs, etc. On the plan. And the area in front of the buildings, that would be used for customer parking area. And as I clarified on Monday, so that would be any customers, regardless of what vehicle they turn up at the site, they would park here. And there's 10 spaces annotated on the plans. There is a fence also proposed. So that would cover the storage area with gates. It would also include the frontage of the site. And also a couple of gates, and it would also include an area to the side of Unit 1. So elevations here, the buildings are pretty much staying as they are, apart from a couple of changes. There's 2 doors on the side, the western side of Unit 1. They would be replaced with 1 door, and also there is a timber canopy proposed on the front elevation of Unit 1, and as you can see, it's relatively small. And that would just allow for some undercover outside storage. So, hello. Good morning, Janet.
Yes.
Perfect. I'm just doing my presentation at the moment. Janet Wallace is our environmental health officer, so she's on the line. So this is an additional plan which I've sent you this morning. You may or may not have had an opportunity to have a look at it, but it's just showing an elevation with the fence, and the bottom image is just with it zoomed in. So the fence itself will be 2.4 metres in height, palisade fence, and the intention is to have that as a green fence. And this is also a section mentioned on Monday that there is plans for some proposed planting on the inside of the storage area. So it's outlined in green here, and the intention is that there would be a raised planter and a Russian vine planted on top. Okay, so just got some photographs just to show the context. So this is within the High Street, bottom end of 4th Street, looking westwards towards the site. You can see the outline of it here. This is just further down, looking opposite the site. So this is the access to the health centre. We've got the front of Unit 1. So this is where we would have our parking area and the storage area behind. This is taken from the other side of the roundabout, looking eastwards towards the site. You can see the listed Methodist church here, and the site opposite, and looking up towards the town. And this is just closer, looking at where the storage area would be, and obviously we would have the palisade fence around the site. This is just looking immediately opposite the site and where we've got the access up to the health centre through the site. And this is just towards the rear of the site. We've got where the storage of the bulky goods and the customer parking and business parking would be to the rear. And then you've got the parking area for the health centre on the left. And this is just another image taken from within the health centre looking towards the site. Back of Unit 2, and you've got the trees on the boundary which are protected. Okay, so in terms of the key issues, I've focused on the reasons for refusal. So it's the relationship with the health centre, the impact of the fence and the storage area on the street and the setting of the listed church, and the on-site parking and turning areas and visibility space. Okay, so the first reason for refusal is the relationship with the health centre. So I've got this plan up again just to remind you of what the uses are. So obviously we've got the storage area here, which would be the main storage area and would receive a lot of use. And we've also got the parking area, customer parking area immediately opposite. So this, obviously, as you noticed on Monday, is used to access the health centre for pedestrian traffic and vehicular traffic as well. This is just the image showing it again. So as you can see, it is very steep. There's a gradient of about 1 in 6. We are concerned. So this, well, there are alternative access points, which I will talk about in a moment. This is it's the only access point for vehicles accessing the health centre, and it's the only step-free access for individuals accessing the health centre. We're concerned that there's going to be a lot of movement, a lot of ongoing traffic, which is inevitable, with any commercial use on the site. But as I've said within the report, in terms of the use that is proposed, we feel that that there would be a significant impact on the users. These images here are just showing a couple of alternative access points from Pound Farm Lane, which we walked up on Monday. So furthest up, we've got the corner of the health centre, and as we've seen, there's a couple of steps here. I understand from speaking with someone who works at the health centre that this door is not always open, and I couldn't see a bell or anything to get a ramp if you require level access. And similarly at the bottom here, so on Monday when we visited, the gate was locked. And this is just showing the path on the other side. And as far as I can tell at the moment, it doesn't really go anywhere. There is planning permission was granted last year, I think it was, in order to make some improvements to the health centre and where that pedestrian gate is, in order to create a step-free access up to the car park. The permission is granted. Obviously, I don't know if or indeed when this would come forward and whether people will be encouraged to use that or whether there'd still be the same traffic movements through the application site. So as I've said in the report, this does form the first reason for refusal, and we are concerned about the potential conflict, and I'll come on to talk about deliveries in a moment. So the second reason for refusal concerns the height, the palisade fence, its height, and the fact that we've got an open storage area. Apologies for my paint job. So there was questions on Monday about the extent of this fence that's proposed. So I thought I'd just try and outline it. So the blue here is where the 2.4 high metre palisade fence would be. So in 3 points. And there's also gates as well at 3 points. And they would all be 2.4 metres in height. So this is just a reminder of that elevation. And just a couple of images just showing the potential impact. Obviously, again, we've got the setting of the listed church, which is a material consideration. And also, we're at a really important point in the street scene, prominent gateway location into the town. In terms of the planting that is proposed, as I've set out within the report, we don't feel what is proposed is sufficient in order to address our concerns. There's a lot of uncertainty at the moment about whether planting would thrive and whether it would provide the level of screening that we're looking for. I know on Monday there were some questions about whether we had considered a wall. Stonewall did have that conversation with the applicant. Because of the height that they're looking at, 2.4 metres, officers felt that a 2.4 metre high stone wall in this location of the expanse that's proposed in itself could be quite imposing. And there could also be issues in terms of having to break the ground and potential contamination. So that's our second reason for refusal. And the final reason concerns the potential conflict between the on-site parking and the turn-in for delivery vehicles and also the visibility displays. So this is the vehicle swept path analysis that has been provided at the request of the Highway Authority to show how delivery vehicles would turn on site and use the site. So in terms of the proposal, it's estimated that there would be around 2 to 3 deliveries per week, that they would kind of be in response to the business needs. Timings would be understood, arranged with the company beforehand. But obviously this is just an estimate. It would be impossible for us to control that as the business expands. You could have increased deliveries. And as this image shows, you know, if they turn up during the day when you've got cars parked, there is a potential conflict there. There's also concerns, you know, as I've said, this is one of the main routes to the health centre. We have received representation from the health centre. They're concerned that deliveries could block ambulances, which do attend the health centre on occasion. And there was also concern raised about visibility displays. So this image here has been provided, just the applicant considers that there are sufficient visibility displays, but lots of concern has been raised if you've got 2.4 metre high fence, that is quite high, potential conflict for pedestrians and whether that hinders their visibility. So that's about it. So as I've said within the report, obviously, you know, there is in principle support for this. You know, it's a vacant site. I think bringing it back into commercial use would be a significant benefit for the town, but that has to be balanced against the material planning considerations. And in terms of the use that is proposed, for the reasons explained, we don't feel it complies with policies and the development plan as a whole, and therefore our recommendation is refusal. As you've heard, Janet Wallace, one of our environmental health officers, is online, and we've also got Richard Jackson from the Highway Authority in the room as well, if you've got any particular questions.
Thank you, Ms Holt. Members, any questions? Councillor Hodgson?
Just a quick question, really, but it's something that I would assume would be operating on this site all the time, moving things around. It's standard in most other similar places selling construction materials. Would be a little forklift truck. It was mentioned the other day about the possibility of that going up and down the slope. But I mean, I can't see any kind of mention of where that would be parked or its operations, or whether it would be working during the day, which is normal practice, because surely that would add to the risk in terms of pedestrians using that shared route.
Yeah, so there would be a forklift truck access on the site. I presume that would be available, you know, that would be used quite a lot during the day. At night, it would be parked to the north of the site. I mean, the agent is speaking, and we've also got representatives from the business as well, so that may be a question you want to direct to them.
Councillor Pannell?
Could I just ask you to put up the sweat path diagram again and just explain to me? I don't know if you can make it any larger.
Sorry, I'm just trying to work out if I can make it bigger.
Yeah. So an arriving vehicle would come from Western Road off 4th Street and pull into the right and then reverse round up the slope. Is that right? Is that where they would be unloaded? Because for all the heavy materials going into the left-hand area, presumably they will be unloaded there into some area, and then a forklift truck will take the stuff across the road, the access to the health centre, and into the other area. Is that right?
I presume so, but again, that may be a question you want to direct towards Palladium.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carson?
Sorry, Lucy, can you just tell me the steepness of the slope again?
Yeah, it's a gradient of 1 in 6.
Councillor Bonham?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm somewhat concerned about the report from the Traffic Highways Agency, but it says in this, and my question is, following this report on the 22nd of August 23, has there been any subsequent representation from the highways? Because this basically says they're looking for more information, and I wonder if that was ever provided and whether they issued a supplementary comment.
They did, yes. Apologies if that is not online. There's quite a lot of documents on there. Yes, there has been further dialogue with the Highway Authority. They have reviewed this plan in front of us and have advised that it's not acceptable.
At this point, I think we've moved into sort of this. I wonder if, Mr. Jackson, you could give your views and comments. You've heard some of the members' questions about the movements on site and everything. If you could clarify the highways view.
Hopefully that's working. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. If we start with the vehicle sweat path, I think, because it's on the screen, that's probably the easiest thing starting. We think that you obviously have to design for worst case scenarios. We've all seen builders merchants and articulated lorries turning up with deliveries at all times of day. You can't plan for that. They're coming from all over the country. There may be delays on the road network, car breakdowns, whatever. So I don't believe a condition would be appropriate to restrict the timings of the deliveries if it can't be shown to work on site. So what we've got is the conflict with the customer parking shown there for the largest vehicle that could be expected to turn up. If that happens during operating hours and customers are in the shop, whatever, trying to make their orders, I just don't see that as a practical solution when an articulated lorry turns up without it having to temporarily block the highway every time potentially. So we don't agree that relocation of the customer parking during deliveries is an acceptable solution. In terms of the ramp, it's a fairly short ramp, but I did personally go into the health centre and ask some questions as well when I turned up to the site visit. And from what I can gather, the ramp has a significant use for pedestrians currently from the health centre. And not only pedestrians, there's vulnerable road users such as blind, partially sighted, going up and down to the health centre regularly, parents with prams, all sorts. So we don't think at 3.3 metres, when a potential large lorry is 3 metres wing mirror tip to wing mirror tip, that is sufficient space. Yes, people could wait, engage. It's on private land, so it's not a highway safety matter, which is what I explained on my initial comment. But you know, I wouldn't be doing my job if I hadn't flagged that to Lucy. So in terms of the visibility displays, we think that they probably addressed the concerns that we originally had in terms of pedestrian visibility onto the footway, which is part of the public highway. They have managed to show a degree of visibility there, so we are content to remove that concern. But the other two concerns, or certainly one about the vehicle movements that affects the highway, should remain from our perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. While Mr. Jackson is here, any questions from members on the comments made? Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Councillor Hodgson first.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got three questions actually. One on environmental health, one on the relationship with the listed building, and can't remember the third one for a second. It'll come to me in a second. Yeah, can you go to that picture, the photograph that you had, which shows where the current car parking areas, which will have that high fencing, and the church. I think it was taken from the corner where we all. That's it. Yeah, go back. Yeah, can you indicate how high, roughly, that fencing will be around the car park, so we can just get an idea of what it might look like from this viewpoint? So as you're entering Ivybridge Town Centre.
Yeah, we measured it on Monday. Sorry, we measured it on Monday, and I think it's around about here.
Yeah. So it is.
If I just bring the fence plans up, yeah, I'm just yeah, the site does slope a bit.
So it's quite significant, though. So
yeah,
is there a kind of rule of thumb around heritage buildings like this? You know, listed buildings in terms of the buffer zone that you would want to kind of protect. I mean, would that be, you know, is that proximity? I mean, how critical is that?
No, it's each case on its own merits. I mean, the council's heritage specialist has been involved and has provided a comment. Felt that actually having because you are opposite the road, having a high industrial fence. I mean, it's not just the fence as well. Obviously, this area is going to be used as an open storage area. I mean, it's the combination that impact on the setting of the church, which is why we were very keen to try and get some screening in order to mitigate that impact. But as I've set out in the report, unfortunately, we're not satisfied that the screening that has been proposed would address the concerns. But yeah, it's each case on its own merits.
Thank you. The second question around environmental health, I'm just thinking about the dust. I mean, that area is meant to be having these dumpy bags. Dumpy bags are normally kind of open topped. So shifting those around is going to give quite a lot of dust into the air, particularly on dry days. And you know, when we were on the site, that house, that big residential area on the left, which is the I think retirement units, there's balconies and opening windows there. Are they going to be impacted by the dust? I couldn't see any assessment of dust on the documentation for the application. Has that been looked at? I know that the environmental health officer has commented, but it kind of hasn't really gone into it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's covered within 6.3, but it might be a good moment to bring in Janet.
Janet, if you could come in, please.
She's on her phone, so she might need unmuting.
She wasn't earlier.
I know they silenced her.
Shall I ask the other question while you're just trying to get hold of Janet? 8.2 in your case officer report talks about carbon reduction, and it says the applicants advise that they do not consider the roof structure is adequate to accommodate solar panels, but in any case, the energy use of the applicant's business will be significantly less compared with the previous user. And it says, although no substantive information has been submitted to confirm this. Do we accept that? Because I cannot see how something which is probably quite energy intensive, carbon footprint intensive, with this new use compared to, effectively a lot of parked cars waiting to be sold. I mean, okay, they might have bright lights in their showrooms, but I mean, that's nothing compared to these vehicles all going up and down, moving this around. So, is that kind of basically, are you saying that you don't accept that sort of answer?
It was all about within the plan and balance. Obviously, I've had lots of discussions with the agent on this point. I think it is unfortunate that they're not proposing anything, but they are reusing an existing building.
That, yeah.
And it was kind of within the plan and balance of bringing the site back into use. I think they're proposing a couple of EV charging points. Token gesture.
But I think just making a statement like that, I think that's misleading. I'm not saying it's misleading by you, but I think it's effectively misleading, saying that the energy is going to be significantly less. I cannot see how that can apply to a construction firm's business compared to a load of car sales. Okay, thank you. So my third question, if Janet's there.
Janet is here now.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry. I had to work out how to unmute myself. Firstly, I must apologise for the difficulties I've had getting in this morning, but I hope you can hear me now. So regarding the dust, I did raise that as an issue, my initial comments, and exactly share the concerns of the member there. In my experience, builders, merchants' yards do tend to be noisy, dusty places, and the control of that is down to the management of the site. So on some sites, it's never a problem. On others, more so. I felt it as you have done it. It was right to raise it as an issue, but I don't think that dust from the site is likely to be so much that it would impact on the residents across the road or the kind of local area. So, there we go. It was raised, but it would be a question of dealing with it if complaints arose, really.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Councillor Hodgson, you wish to come back in?
Just to point out that the final sentence in your point 6.3 says they have also noted that they do not receive complaints about dust from similar operations elsewhere. Well, not wishing to cast any aspersions whatsoever, but we've heard a lot in the news recently about, the post office where they didn't receive any complaints either, apparently.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace, for that explanation. If there are any others, we'll obviously bring you back in. Thank you. Councillor Rake, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, we seem to. Can we go back to the one of the photographs you were plans you were showing? Sort of rather colourful one. No, not that one. It's the same colours, and essentially the same plan, but different.
Is this the one that my paint job? This one?
No.
No?
No, there is
Okay.
another one. So I'll ask the question rather than fishing
Okay.
around. So can we go back to that one? You had up. So there we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, perhaps 5 parking spaces running parallel to the pavement on the inside of the fence. Am I correct?
Yep.
And then on the drawing that I was hoping you could show us, those were shown at an angle.
Oh, okay.
That was on the visibility displays plan.
I thought they'd been changed.
It was on the visibility displays plan, definitely.
My question is, which proposal are we considering, seeing as we've been looking at 2 different
Oh, okay,
versions?
right. Yes, apologies.
One, yes.
So we have had revised plans during the course of the life of the application. This was on the original plan, which has obviously now been superseded, but it still shows the visibility displays. So for clarity, they are looking at 10 parking spaces.
And with those ones parallel now to the fence. Thank you.
My apologies. Yes, it doesn't change the visibility display, but yeah, I appreciate the parking area arrangement is different.
Thank you. Councillor Nix.
Yes, I've just got a couple of questions. The highways officer, if I may. One, the site SIGHT of the driver coming back onto the road, how high, if we're having a 2.4 metre fence, how high is the driver sat? Is there adequate view?
A driver is sat out approximately a metre generally in a domestic vehicle, so a customer's vehicle. It may be a bit higher in a commercial vehicle, but the point on the visibility display is you are actually assessing the speed of the pedestrians that are on the footway and their ability to stop and against the driver. So what we call the sight stopping distance is the Y distance that is required. Now, as a pedestrian generally is travelling at about just over 3 miles an hour, the requirements to stop are virtually here and all there. We normally ask for about 3 metres to allow those conflicts not to happen, and that's been agreed with me at several appeals before with inspectors as well, just to confirm that, because there isn't really much written in the guidance about that. Cyclists, I don't think, are permitted to be on that footway by law, so it's just simply looking at what the impact would be for pedestrians and drivers coming out there. If it is a balanced sort of decision in terms of mitigation for the listed building, then I don't think we could raise any concerns with the proposal as it stands on visibility displays.
Thank you. And secondly, we're talking about the big delivery vehicles delivering stuff to the site. Have we got any idea how many builders' vehicles will be accessing the site on a daily basis? And I'm not just talking about, the person going in for a couple of paving slabs. I'm talking about the builders accessing the site to pick up their dumpy bags and their stuff.
I don't have any data, but again, this might be a question you want to direct towards the applicant.
Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, just to continue that discussion about cyclists, I believe you're right. There's no cycle lane on that footpath, but there is school children use on scooters and bikes going up and down that footpath. So that's just an element of that discussion.
Any other questions for this section? If not, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Jackson. And Ms. Wallace, thank you. We'll now move on to the representations here. The first is Jennifer Fielddew, an objector. If you'd like to come up and take your seat. You have 3 minutes, allow you to get settled, and whenever you're ready.
Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here as a representative from Beacon Medical Group, which is a site of Highlands Medical Centre. So it's not just about Highlands Medical Centre, it's also about our larger group, which is also Ivy Bridge Health Centre as well. So it forms a big site. The site itself is associated with around 4,500 patients. But if we do take into consideration Ivy Bridge as well, Ivy Bridge patients also access Highland site depending on their GPs, because it is a multi-use site between the two. There is over 11,500 patients who access that site. So I'm giving you a little bit of a background in terms of the use of the site. It has to be absolutely available and accessed between 7:45 and 6:30, Monday to Friday, through the week. Full access. The site does not close at any time during those working hours. It is accessed also not just around our patients as well, but also quite patients who are there through the use of external services such as mental health, adult mental health. So we rent some capacity out to other services such as audiology as well. So patients access the site who are extremely hard of hearing and also have frailty as well. So there's lots of different aspects with the use of the building. So our main concern, and I'd like to reiterate a large amount of the conversations that have happened already, is around the use of the access in the road that is right in front of us right now. It is narrow at the top, and having wheelchairs and prams going up there, there is a lot of patients who access the building by foot, but not only through car park as well. So I'm here to voice a very strong objection against the use of the change of use of the motor side. We worked in a really great relationship when it was a motor sales premises. There was very little movement in terms of vehicle access, so therefore we had no concerns. However, the change of use is strongly objected by the partnership of Beacon Medical Group, which is why I'm here with their permission to represent our strong concerns. There is concerns also around dust as well, whilst patients are accessing our site and walking past those areas. There's concerns around visibility of patients who may have hard of hearing and also hard of sight coming down there to exit with the 2.4 metre high fencing going around the bottom of it. We do have, as you've all heard, planning permission agreed at the end of last year for a single storey extension, and that is going to be put on the front of the building. We have been fortunate enough to secure Section 106 monies to be able to extend and put back into the community to increase our healthcare provision within Ivy Bridge. So that will be happening throughout this year. We will be, we're just waiting on the finer details from building regulations to build that single storey extension. So there will be further footfall coming through as we allow.
If I can ask you to wind up, if you may.
Yeah, sure. Might come to the end. Okay. So the main concern is the slip road and the use of the forklift truck actually going up and down there. Can I just reiterate that Pound Farm Lane access to the side of the building is not an option for the health centre. We will not be changing the flow of patient accessing the centre. They will be available through the car park and through the front of the building. That will not change.
Thank you, Ms. Fieldview. Members, any questions? Councillor O'Callaghan.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I've got a question. You mentioned there weren't particular issues, as I recall, with the car showroom, which was the last business there. But I understand there were previous businesses. I don't know how long ago this is historically, but petrol station, convenience store, and we're told that they all require deliveries up to and beyond the size of vehicles to be used by the applicant, and the uploading of deliveries will be taking place on site. So one might assume that there would have been similar problems in the past, if that were the case, with the previous use, you know, before. I don't know, as I say, how long ago this was.
I couldn't comment.
No.
I've been with Beacon. So Highlands came into Beacon 2019.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know the area particularly, but just in the report it mentions previous uses prior to car showroom, and that there would have been similar issues in terms of large vehicles. Okay.
I can't comment.
All right, thank
Councillor
you.
Callahan, I think that might have been a question you could have put to the applicant, but also we're considering the application before us and the impact of this, not historic necessarily.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes, thank you. How many emergency vehicles would you expect in a month, say? Because that is important as well. Because if they can't get up quickly, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, apologies, I didn't get time to get to that point, but yes, thank you. We do have ambulances turning up on site. Unfortunately, we have, because of the distance between Derriford Hospital and the nearest emergency services, we are seeing, and the pressures that are happening within Derriford, we are seeing frequently increasing in terms of emergency patients turning up. They would turn up on site with chest pains. Unfortunately, we would have to deal with that, and that is increasing. We would probably see, on an average, maybe 1 to 2 ambulances turning up in a month, but I do foresee that becoming increasingly more as we see the pressures coming out of Derriford. We had a cardiac arrest in our Ivy Bridge car park literally just before Christmas. So it's happening more frequently.
Ms Field, Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your representation. 2 quick questions, if I may. The first one is, how many patients, what's the throughput either per day or per hour that you might expect? And secondly, we saw the footpath from the side entrance, and we understood as part of the new building that you might be turning that into a non-step path and potentially an entrance. Is that something that's being proposed or considered, or is that out of the question? And if it is being done, when would it be done? Thank you.
Okay, so to answer your first question, we would an average day we'd see around about 120 appointments at the site. So then that's on an average day. So you can gauge from there the amount of footfall, patient footfall that we see. In terms of your second question, I'm not aware of any access to the side through the planning permission. Or the front story extension, the front of it, the access will be through the car park and down the side of the building to this side and around the front. The side exit for the health centre is absolutely a fire exit only. That's the reason for it.
Yeah, yes, sorry, I wasn't meaning the side entrance. I was looking at the path that's at the front of the health centre.
Yeah.
That's mostly a slope but has 2 steps, and we understood from the site visit that that's potentially that's the one on the top right. Yeah. That path there that curves around, and we understood from the site visit, not the one on the left, the one on the top right.
Yeah, sorry.
That you're potentially going to take away the steps, which are in the right-hand corner there.
So the plan is, you've got the plan there. So the access will be through the car park and then down around to where the diagonal footpath goes to the front of the building. So there will be access. There is a solid wall that cuts off the car park to the front of the building, where the pointer is there. That's a solid wall going right across. That's the one. And so there will be open access there from the solid wall through to the pathway to the front of the building. See where the diagonal goes down?
Yes, so could you not open the gate on the bottom left-hand corner of that path and make a pedestrian access to the whole building that way, potentially?
So the plans have been approved by the plans have gone through, and we've had no thought whatsoever to use the side of the gated side because of the access to the car park. So if we don't open up the front via the wall, then there will be difficulty if patients were coming through on a car.
Thank you.
So there is,
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. I know you've said it a couple of times, but I just want to be really clear on this. That top left access, you're saying that is only used for emergency exit, is that correct?
Where the yellow bin is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any further? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Just returning a bit to Councillor Bonham's point, I think it seems that you could have both, that you could have access through that little grey gate there, as well as access from the top, from the car park. I don't understand, because one thing that troubles me about the, I mean, there is already shared use of the access across the application site between your pedestrian visitors and your driving visitors. So the risks to vulnerable users are already there to some degree.
Absolutely. So we'll be doubling the risk. If we
No,
open
yes,
up on that side, and then
I accept that,
yeah.
and I don't understand. Given that that's the case, why the more pedestrian access from the little grey gate at the bottom of the green space in front of your centre isn't incorporated in. But anyway, that's not the application we're considering. But
So our application has already been approved, and the thought around the side gate was absolutely, because otherwise we would just be doubling the risk of patients accessing it using the Pound Farm Lane going up there. So we would trying to contain that for the access of the patients. So we've actually increased our development in terms of the plans to incorporate a pathway from the car park to make sure that the safety of the patient is paramount, rather than them having them going up another public highway. So and actually prior to our application, we hadn't had any discussions with Palladium. This application's been going on for about a year now. So there was no reason to think of a further access.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you, Ms. Fieldew, for your presentation. Thank you. We'll now move on to the next speaker, Ian Hodgson, supporter. We obviously have 3 minutes now to settle in. Thank you.
Palladium Building Supplies, Ivorybridge, moved into their current premises in July 2015 and began searching for vacant sites or larger existing premises to facilitate continued business growth since early 2021. Ivorybridge Motors is the only viable site within Ivorybridge that can meet their criteria. In the interest of brevity, we respond to areas of concern previously highlighted by the case officer as follows. Coated, painted fencing and hedge screen. The proposed galvanised steel palisade fencing, 2.4 metres high, is a necessity, as the site has a long history of trespass, criminal damage, graffiti, fire starting and breaking in. Builders merchants are a high target nationally, as the applicant can personally testify to. We have accepted a recommendation that palisade fencing coated in a green colour finish will not be as imposing as a plain galvanised one. We feel that the proposed screening of the metal fence with Russian vine, previously suggested to the case officer, planted in non-removable planters, adequately addresses the listed building officer's concerns. The proposed exclusion of screening to the southern boundary is a courtesy to residents of Grosvenor House, agreed in principle following their engagement with Palladium to maintain their current views towards the beacon. With the shared access way, we believe pedestrian use of this access was a result of replanning works by Highland Health Centre and closure of existing pedestrian access from Pound Farm Lane. Anticipated frequency of business vehicular use of the access previously outlined to the case officer is negligible compared to that which prevailed when the repair garage, Unit 2, was operational and there were no complaints then. Highways state that there is adequate existing waiting areas, top and bottom of the ramp element of the shared access way with good visibility to ensure safe passage of vehicles. As they do not recognise virtual footpaths, we have removed them. As previously advised, when lorries are traversing the shared access way, the business's banksman will be present to marshal the situation, ensuring the safety of all users, both pedestrian and vehicular. Considering all the above, we do not agree with the case officer's comments and concerns. Business parking and deliveries. Contrary to the case officer's comment, which seemed to imply that 10 parking spaces was tight, this is more than is available at their other sites. Articulated and 18-ton lorry drivers ring the depot 20 minutes in advance of their anticipated arrival time to allow the banksman to have cars, vans relocated elsewhere, strategically place themselves to monitor the lorry's manoeuvres on arrival, manage non-business related vehicles for the few minutes lorries are on the shared access way, and relocate to 4th Street to halt traffic to ensure safe egress, avoid conflict. Palladium is a family business with family values and play a big part in the town and its community, giving to local schools, clubs, charities and supporting the town council where they can. 4th Street needs a business like Palladium to help increase trade and employment in the town and see this as a plus. They want to stay within Ivybridge. In view of all the above, we consider that the proposal is the best that it can be and of a design and standard such that planning permission could be granted.
Thank you, Mr. Hodgson. Thank you for that. Any questions of Mr. Hodgson? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out there's no relation.
Sorry? Yeah, we've had this conversation before.
Yeah, a couple of questions really about the materials that you're going to be storing on the site, which could be an issue. You heard my question earlier to the environmental health officer.
Right.
Dumpy bags usually are open topped and they can have anything from very fine sand to quite gravel that also can have quite a lot of dust associated. So that's one question I wanted to ask you about. I mean, basically, are they going to be covered, or when they arrive, or are they, as they get dumped off, going to faff dust into the air?
Mr. Chairman, am I permitted to divert questions like that, because I have the managing director and the depot manager who can answer more eloquently than I can.
Unfortunately, Mr. Hodgson, you are the speaker that's registered today, so if you can do as best as you can, thank you.
Okay. Well, I mean, in response to that, I don't know the ins and outs of that. I mean, my colleagues would do, and my client would do, but I don't know the answer to that one.
Okay. So my second question is around insulation materials, which also can be quite hazardous. They're quite bulky. So would lightweight insulation materials be stored in the outside?
I believe that they're going to be stored up in the in Unit B, which is the one at the upper level, I believe.
Outside?
Sorry?
Outside, in the open air?
Probably inside.
Inside?
I think so.
Because there's been an issue over Christmas in Dartington. There was insulation materials went everywhere that were stored outside. So that's why I'm asking this specific question.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so you can't answer.
Be stored inside. No, it'd be stored inside.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the questions have also been raised about the forklift truck. Will that just be roaming around the site all day, moving things around?
It will be used for loading their business lorry. The business lorry will stay in the upper area, out of the way. It will come down to the lower level first thing in the morning. It will get loaded up. It will go out and do its delivery. It will come back. It will, if it's got another trip to make, it will be loaded at ground floor again. So, and it could make up to 4 or 5 trips a day, I believe, depending on how far they are. And at the end of the day, it will then go up to the top area where it's going to be stored overnight.
And sorry, just 2 more questions, but brief ones. So when deliveries arrive, I live very close to Travis Perkins in Totnes, so I see big vehicles, lining up in the road there. the understanding has always been that they are supposed to wait on the commercial site till a phone call and then they come in. Where will your vehicles, which are waiting, which are queuing to do a delivery, where will they go to?
I'm not aware whether that happens or how frequent it has happened. What I do know is that they are notified, when they are 20 minutes away. I think they obviously can't. The frequency of visits will be determined by what the sort of the level of business that's actually being done. Sometimes it can be quiet. Sometimes it can be absolutely, running amok. But I'm not aware of. I've not been in discussions I've had with them over the time. I've not been. It's been mentioned that that does tend to happen, as far as I'm aware.
And my final question is: you maybe heard my question earlier to the case officer. You've made there's a statement in the materials that have come from yourself saying that this will have a lower carbon footprint demand than the previous business that was on the site. How is that justified when you're using all these these vehicles, these big materials being dropped off? How can that be a lower carbon footprint than a lot of parked cars waiting for sale?
I mean, it's. I did have the answer rehearsed for this one because I thought that might come up. I think we didn't consider our usage of energy won't be any more than than it has been where they currently are. Certainly in terms of the activities of the car sales and when it was actually when they had the repair and have the shop up at the upper level, which the actual sort of lift stuff is actually still in there at the moment. So I think
Mr. Hodgson,
yeah,
I recognise you again. I'm going to call in Mr. Fairbairn now on your question about whether somebody else can come in and answer, because some of them are relevant questions that may need to be answered. Mr. Fairbairn.
Yes, Chairman. I think your normal procedure is only the registered speaker. But I think in this case, the questions that are being put are pertinent are so pertinent to the application that it is probably on this occasion appropriate to vary the normal process. And if the agent wishes to defer to his client, then I think that would be appropriate, because I think it's important that members have all the information. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbairn. If you wish to bring in whoever is
I'm happy
relevant.
to do that.
Nobody wants to. They don't want to answer the question.
It's saying which of you wants to come up and answer the questions. I'll vacate my seat then, shall I?
Okay, thank you.
I'm a bit tongue deaf as well, so. Do you want an introduction who I am?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
My name is Keith Over. I'm Managing Director of Palladium Building Supplies.
We can, Councillor Hodgson, you raised a couple of your questions.
Do you want me to ask my questions
Please,
again?
if you
Okay,
can.
thank you. Yeah, so dumpy bags, will they be covered or will they be open when they arrive?
They will be open top. We store sand aggregates on site. From previous history, we don't get any dust as such blowing around the site. Summertime stuff may dry a little bit, but nothing to the extent of actually blowing around like a sandstorm type effect.
Thank you. Lightweight installation materials, are they going to be stored inside or outside?
They will be, yeah. Currently on site at the moment in Ivybridge at Blair Road, we haven't got the space, but in Ivybridge Motors at the moment in Unit 2, we will store that.
All of that work there, so there won't be a lightweight materials outside at all?
To blow around that.
Okay. Your carbon reduction statement says that you will have a lower carbon footprint. Do you want to comment on that?
Compared to the site previously, we'll be moving our footprint at the moment. We will have less vehicles travelling around than the previous tenants of that site, where they had a lot of motor vehicles driving around. We will have less cars driving around. Our forklift truck doesn't get used all day long. Articulated lorries would be virtually the same as what was on the site before. we're proposing to put in a couple of EV chargers. We will look at PV in the future if the planning is granted. And other issues on that. Obviously, there's a air conditioning system at the moment which we're going to adopt. That might need upgrading in the future because it is a few years old. So we feel that we will reduce the carbon footprint on the site going forward.
And vehicles that turn up that you need to go somewhere while they wait while another vehicle is unloading. Where will that be? I know that's been partly answered already. Do you want to add any comments?
Currently on site at the moment, I think like Ian said, we get a 20-minute call. We tend to manage our lorries outside. So if they can't make us within that 20-minute window, they do go on to somewhere else and then come back to us. So we are, where we are at the moment, we are pretty tight on space. So we do manage that really straight. That they can't wait in Blair Road at all or in the town at all. So they have to wait outside, doing another delivery within the vicinity, that sort of thing. So we do manage that very tightly.
Thank you for that. If we can move on, there are others. And if you're prepared to stay there, there are some other questions that are coming in. First have Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks for stepping in to answer questions. I wanted to know, if you don't mind, about the number of deliveries of large vehicles, articulated lorries. How many typically do you expect in a day, and what sort of times they would be? And secondly, there's been a lot of concern about this fencing, and obviously you need to protect your valuable materials. But when you put the plan together, did you consider putting that material store right at the back in the yellow triangle instead of... Sorry, Lucy, if you could keep that, if you don't mind, please.
Sorry, which one?
Well, the one you had. The one with the coloured one. The yellow area at the back, instead of putting, so that all the material could go there and the car park could be at the front. Is that something you ever considered in the planning? Thank you.
The area up the north section, coloured yellow, is extremely steep, and to store materials up there for everyday use would impact into the slope. So that's a negative statement for us. To keep the materials at the bottom where they are used frequently during the day is the best place for us.
Yeah.
Fencing. Sorry.
The question was how many vehicles articulated lorries come into
All
the
right.
site and what times?
Again, we are very strict for our current site and especially down in 4th Street, where we will have those deliveries in before we actually open. We're proposing, I think, a 6:30 window to 7:30. We open at 7:30. I think there might be some restrictions on the EHO, on that environmental officer. But we have them in before we actually open, purely because it stops the congestion within the yard. So they're in and out within 20 minutes to half an hour.
Yes, I just want to double check if I may. So there's no articulated lorries, big lorries, delivering bulky goods after 7:30.
Oh no, sorry, no, that's wrong. The bulk of I mean, we have time deliveries, but in the best world, they don't necessarily arrive during that time. So yes, there may be one, essentially twice a week, which come in during the day, which going back in previous history is no different to what the car people used to have on their car transport delivery.
Only 1 or 2 a week in the daytime.
Yeah, we're assuming. But I mean, obviously we can't control that.
No, I understand, but on average. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonham. Councillor Panel?
Yeah, if I could just understand, or you can explain the delivery system. So, delivery lorries arriving. Could we look at the swept path plan, please? Yeah. So delivery lorries arriving will pull into the site and in front of the building, and then reverse round to the side of the building, between the building and the slope. Is that right?
They would drive in to the right. If you take the picture on the right hand side, so they drive into the right hand side, reverse into the compound, and then if they're articulated lorries or pallet deliveries, we actually unload that by forklift.
So
have a special
where will they be unloaded?
On the left compound.
That's
so
not
any
shown,
articulated lorries will reverse.
Oh, that's a I've got a different.
No, he's looking at the one on the right hand side of that page.
Oh, hang on, I haven't seen that one.
On the right hand side of that page.
Sorry, I've only seen my emails only show me the
So if we take the pictures around side,
right, that was what. No, I still haven't got. Sorry, I haven't got the one that shows the lorries moving into the compound at all. If I can just, perhaps Councillor Bonner can find it for me. That was what was confusing me because I couldn't see them being. I wondered how you're going to get the materials into the compound. Right, so that's a different path.
Yeah, the one on the right.
So they will go. They will then back into across the road, the shared road, into the compound where they'll be unloaded. That makes a lot more sense to me. I can understand now what's happening.
Correct,
I hadn't seen that on my email. Thank you.
So panel, can I just ask Mr. Oliver? Thank you, Lucy. That makes it a little better. Where we see on the screen on the right, where you've got a vehicle showing as green, are you saying that's where they unload?
articulated lorries will do, yeah.
Artics with a forklift.
With a forklift, yeah. We have a specially designed forklift, which can, so we can push the articulated lorry to one side or the other and offload it from one side. So we don't need to move that lorry once it's in situ.
I suppose my question is, that's also a storage area, and it looks very tight to get an Arctic in there, a forklift plus storage, and I just wonder whether you could.
I mean, our dumping bags are approximately 1,200 mil wide. We're going to store either side of that. As I said before, we've got a specially designed builders merchants forklift, which is a tele truck, which can offload a vehicle from one side without moving that vehicle at all, with telescopic fork.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Can we just have a slight explanation of the role of the banksman? Is that a member of staff who pops out on an ad hoc basis to direct traffic, or is it a more permanent role?
Sorry, can you say that?
The banksman that the agent talked about, is that a sort of designated member of staff who would be working on?
No, all our staff are trained in banksmen in Ivy Bridge and in Kingsbridge. So they're all qualified banksmen to move vehicles off and off the highway.
Okay, so any member of staff can, when you get the call from a lorry saying they're coming in, can go out and, okay. But it's not, it is only, they're only sort of stood up, as it were, when you're aware of an incoming lorry.
Yes, when we get notification of a vehicle on site, then the banksman will take control of that vehicle,
So, thank you. So, sort of, your customers and their vehicle movements are not controlled. I mean,
they're totally controlled by the banksman.
So,
sorry.
When you haven't got a lorry on site, I'd come up in my transit to buy something.
I'll see you again. And they travel that.
And I just drive in, and there's no banksman there then because there isn't a lorry on site.
Yeah, because we don't see that as a risk to health and safety.
Sure. Thank you. I just wanted to clear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, my question was answered.
Councillor. Right. Any other questions from Mr. Oliver? If not, thank you, Mr. Oliver, for stepping in. Appreciate it.
Yes, please.
Now move on to the next speaker, Ivy Bridge Town Councillor, Mr. Austin. I think you know the form. You have 3 minutes. Can I just clarify, as obviously you are a late entrant, so to speak, in the list of speakers, can you just confirm your views are those of the Town Council?
Well, I will explain that as I go through the 3-minute process, but I am a town councillor on Ivy Bridge Town Council.
Okay. Thank you.
So I would like to start off, Mr. Chairman, just by thanking Lucy Hall, who's the case officer on this application, because I think the application has really been dealt with extremely well in terms of looking at the whole application process. And I also agree with the refusal. I think the decision that the case officer has come to has been the right one, and you know, on a personal level, I agree with the rejection of the proposal. The case didn't actually come before full town council in Ivy Bridge. I wanted it to come before full town council. I asked for it to come before full town council, but the full town council never actually debated it. I think they should have done. and it should have been aired as we've aired it today at full town council, but that never occurred. It came before the planning committee, which consists of 5 individuals, 5 town councillors, of which I am one. But it never actually went to full town council, which I think was a bit of a mistake. I think the summary by the case officer is a very good summary altogether of the different reasons why the thing should be rejected. The volume of objections is one of the things I'd like to point members to. If you look at the sheer volume of residents who have raised objections to this, it's quite extraordinary. And I think members of this committee should take that into account in terms of the strength of feeling in the town against this application, which needs to be considered really, because I've rarely ever seen so many residents so passionately object to something on a planning basis. So the main key points are access to Highlands Health Centre, which they now have. I think it's vital that that's maintained. You've heard about ambulance access that's necessary. You have children walking on a consistent basis through the pavement that you can see in the image there. The visibility issues in terms of vehicles coming in and out through that access is a considerable problem if it changes. But the main point is that you've got your picture up there on the screen of Ivy Bridge looking very attractive on a summer's day with a moor behind it, and you can see Western Beacon there. In my opinion, this builder's merchant is going to look like an eyesore if it goes ahead. It's right opposite a listed building. It's absolutely smack bang in the town centre. This is 4 Street is the main high street of Ivy Bridge. There was an issue over delivery lorries, and there was a point made that they may be able to relocate onto 4th Street if necessary. That's highly unlikely because 4th Street is the main high street of Ivy Bridge. So if the delivery lorries cannot park on the site at the time when they arrive, it's highly unlikely they'll be able to move onto 4th Street and park there if necessary. In my opinion, builders merchants don't belong in town centres. They usually are out of town.
Ask you to wind up, please. Thank you.
Yeah, they are usually out of town and usually on industrial estates. And in my opinion, this is the wrong location for this proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Austin, we obviously have within the comments that have come in on this application, the comment from the Town Council indicating a support. I'd like clarification as to whether what you've just said is a personal view as a individual Town Councillor, or is it the view of now of the Town Council in itself?
Well, the application never came before full town council, so we have no idea what full town council's view is. However, I'm quite happy for you to take it as a personal view as a town councillor, if that's what you wish to do.
I think, Mr. Town Councillor Austin, we have a view that's been submitted on behalf of the Town Council, which is of support. So obviously that's how it's indicated. So I'm just trying to seek some clarification for those listening and the councillors present. Thank you. Right. Any questions? We have, first off, we have Councillor Bonham was one of the first to indicate.
My question's already been answered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Abbott.
Councillor Austin, I wonder if you are comfortable with the rules of the Town Council, which have delegated responsibility to the Planning Committee.
No, I'm not.
And so you're content that you're speaking differently from what the Planning Committee have said and what therefore the Town Council's view is, and that your view is an objector's view, which you could have applied for to be an objector speaker, but you have not, and you have misrepresented the Town Council's position.
I don't believe that's the case because I am a town councillor, and I don't believe the application came before the Town Council. So,
to restate, the delegated authority is to the Planning Committee.
that is the case, but I do not believe that that's correct.
Councillor Abbott, Councillor Austin, I think this is a matter for the Town Council to discussed, not here for this application, but I think we've had some clarification there as the position. Move on to further questions. Councillor Hodgson.
Similar to what Councillor Abbott has just said, I didn't know which way you were going to speak. I thought you were going to speak in support. And what I was going to raise with you was that the planning committee that met on the 27th of November in Ivybridge, I've got their report in front of me, and for this one they just say support. There's no qualification, there's no discussion, there's none of the points that you've raised. But they also discussed something that was in Pound Farm Lane, and there they talk about this lane is also popular with the older section of the community visiting the health centre. And on that basis, they've objected. Now, I questioned, that's why I raised that question again with the lady from the health centre, I'm sorry, I can't remember her name, that entrance is not used by the health centre. So obviously so where they're saying about the chairperson visited the site and observed 40 pedestrians, mostly school children, using the route, and also this thing about the older section of the community visiting the health centre, then that position really should have applied also, I would say, because it was the same meeting of the planning committee, to this application too. And I was going to raise that with you. So I'm very interested to hear your own personal view. And I suppose in one sense you could say it's unfortunate. No, I'm raising it because I think it's like it was about that planning committee. Why would they say almost contradict themselves?
Councillor Hodgson, I'll bring in Mr. Fairburn here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I did question whether Councillor Austin has said he's speaking personally, and I can see there's a difficulty in him being asked questions about what the town or what the town council thought, and really as he's turned up to speak as personally and has made it clear he's speaking personally, then my feeling is we shouldn't be asking any further questions because ultimately he's appeared as an objector and is not there to speak on behalf of the town council.
I appreciate that, Chairman, but and thank you. But I mean, the point I'm making is that this was the same planning committee. Councillor Austin has said he actually is a member of the planning committee, so he's obviously, I assume you were present that day at that meeting, the 27th of November.
Again,
so all I'm saying is that it just seems to me that I'm challenging the town council's position of support when they talked about something literally around the corner and made the observations that we've been making here about the use of the health centre. They've objected on the basis of the health centre access, when in fact the people don't use that access. That's the point I'm raising.
I appreciate the comments you're making. I think there's a lot of debate that will, obviously within the town council following this. The position of Town Councillor Austin has been clarified. It is a personal view that he's giving. Obviously, we have a conflicting comment from Ivybridge Town Council, which is what we received as Ivybridge Town Council, and we have to consider that, but there's been a balance. So I think we'll leave that debate on that and come back to this sort of application, not the clarities around the views of the Ivybridge Town Council. Are there any other questions of Town Councillor Austin? If there are not, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
We will now move on to Councillor Dommett, the Ivybridge West Ward District Councillor. Thank you.
Hello. I think the majority of things have been covered in a very comprehensive way. Lucy's work has been great and the consultees have come back with their views. The overwhelming opinion with all of the input through the portal have been objections, mostly due to the high fencing and the visual impact it will have on, like you can see from that image, the fact that it's the gateway and you can see the beacon and it's a lovely high street, whereas if you have 2.4 meters of palisade fencing, it would have a dramatic impact. So I'm not adverse, like I don't think it's a giant leap to go from motor sales to builders merchants. However, there has been a long process and they have been advised all of the different steps to take to make this a viable application. And I don't feel like they have done the work. They haven't mitigated the fears raised by the officers. They haven't done the work to say how the green screens or the landscaping will be done and will be viable. So I think I would concur with the officer's statements of saying that it should be up for refusal. But I am here as ward member to answer any contextual questions that you may have that you haven't had answered so far, if that helps.
Thank you, Councillor Dommett. Any questions, Councillor Dommett? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sort of a little puzzled by, I mean, looking at this photo that we've got on screen in front of us, I'm not saying I necessarily support this argument, but there's an argument to say that a fence around that site would actually, I mean, I was struck when standing across the roundabout, looking back towards the site. It looks, that one, it looks sort of quite visually messy, and there is an argument that actually a fence would sort of tie it up and tidy it up. Do you see that as a possibility?
Yep, I do, and I agree, and it is questions that I raised with officers and also with the applicants of why choose palisade fencing. And they've had the opportunity to change it from palisade fencing to otherwise that would match the vernacular of the high street and of the town, but have chosen not to. And they haven't investigated fully how they would landscape that and have it work.
If I may, Chair, sorry, just to be clear, so it's not a barrier there per se that you think is sort of at the root of the objections, but the nature of it.
Yeah, I think surrounding that site there are other barriers that are of similar height to what they're proposing, but they are fencing and landscaping, or they are stone walls that are similar to the other stone walls that are in the town. So I think there are options, had it been a necessity to have that security, that they could have investigated further.
Thank you. Any other questions? If there are no other questions, thank you, Councillor Dommett. We have concluded the speakers. We'll now move into the debate on the application. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. This would be a very useful site for the applicant. It's larger than their current site within Ivorybridge, and it would keep employment within the town. It's interesting to speak to this proposal, given it is recommended for refusal, and the local district councillors have not brought it to DMC. Like another recent application in Ivorybridge, it has generated a lot on social media, and some of those comments have suggested that the decision lay with a number of objections, or perhaps the ratio to those expressing a contrary view to those objections, or that the councillors might express a predilection one way or another in the months leading up to this time, or to comments that sought to politicise this debate and decision making. I'm really pleased there's been public participation, and social media is one of those places it happens, and formal representations, of course, as well. It's very important we hear these arguments, but it comes down to interpretations of planning law, and this is where the decision must lie. There were two. This application came to the Town Council twice, and I attended the first, where I did not speak. They debated, considered and argued as local citizens in the best interests of the town, knowing the framework was planning law. It was not obvious what planning law should hold up this application. Social media comments on this decision-making process would have been better focused on planning guidance and law rather than anything negative about the voluntary, concerned and dedicated committee members. It might be worth noting that the plot is privately owned and anyone could have made a bid to hire the site, so that the other suggested uses are interesting, perhaps desirable, but no such bids have been made. In her professional capacity, our case officer has come up with objections based upon planning law, and it is great to read these. They are open to interpretation, of course, and we sit here and have these options before us to discuss which of these planning points within the joint local plan, within the Ivybridge neighbourhood plan, and within the national planning policy framework that we agree with in our interpretation too. That the applications here at all is illustrative that it's problematic. The site has been a petrol filling station. If that business had continued, would there be an objection? The site has been car sales, as you've heard, and if it had continued, would there have been an objection? Both businesses required deliveries by lorry. Yet, as you see from the photographs, currently these changes have occurred. There aren't currently no large articulated lorries manoeuvring across this footpath. And I should have raised at this point, I shouldn't have posed it as a comment, rather because it wasn't a question to Mr. Jackson, that this is not a cycle footpath on the left, but it is mixed use with children on scooters and bikes. On an earlier questioning of the objector, it should not be a neighbour's responsibility to counter someone's new planning proposal with a solution that makes changes in their area. Even with the southwest corner entrance to the health centre, the need would remain for arrivals by car, and that entrance which they have proposed as their sole use. The problem of increased use of the slope entrance would not be removed. The fence is problematic, not for its height, but for its design. In fact, the height as viewed from this view, it would be almost tucked away on the left, at the lower than the building that's in the distance. There would be no obstruction to that view. But in the view that was up just a few moments ago from the entrance to Pound Farm Lane, that one, then the height would be dominant. And what I see in the section, I don't know if you can get to that in time, Lucy, where we see a yes, back one, I think. Back one?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, forward two then. There. It appears to be a monolithic, continuous structure, which of height would appear dominant. Actually, if it is the hedge that's showing through, perhaps it won't be so bad. I'm caught with this. I can see both sides. Should you as a committee vote in a majority for this, I don't see why the hedge cannot be on the road side of the fence. I don't see why it can't be dug into the ground. The pollution report which we got the other this morning, was it? Said that where the fence posts are going to be dug in, that soil is going to be analysed for contamination. Those will be sufficient numbers of sites that we could see whether the hedge could be planted. The hedge is not monolithic, but it needs to be a good, established, maintained, watered and replaced where necessary hedge. And maybe that would overcome this problem of 2.4 metres right next to a pedestrian walking down that footpath. I go no further.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think I want to sort of try and bring some points on both sides, because there are some arguments, it seems to me, to support the application, but there are also some quite other points to support the officer. I think the first thing to say is, in my opinion, this is a pretty sensitive site. Looking at the position of it, it's between the 4th Street or the shopping area and a pretty, stable and quite historic residential spot. So it is in a difficult position for a site of this kind. I think in favour of it. It's obviously a good local business that wants to expand, and I think will bring a good facility to shoppers in the town for various items of DIY equipment and so on. And we want, I think, as a council, to support economic growth and sustainable economy. And we don't want the site to be derelict. But I think what we've heard is there are a number of concerns, and I am particularly moved by the safety issues that were raised by the Highways Authority, safety for the pedestrians, the car users, and for the movement of large vehicles. I also noticed that the health centre objected, the heritage group objected, and 140 members of the public, which is a pretty large number, objected. And I think it does affect the street scene pretty negatively. I tend to agree with the point that was made by Councillor Austin, that it seems that not all the issues were taken into account in the design of this. And so at the moment, I'm feeling that the disadvantages outweigh the advantages, and I would tend to support the officer's recommendation in my current thinking. But at the same time, I think not all is lost. I think some changes in the design, particularly where with the fencing, where cars and materials are stored, could make a much better proposal. And I think also I would hope that maybe the pedestrian entrance to the health centre could be rethought, perhaps with some discussion or negotiation, so that a future proposal might be slightly better and one that we could consider more positively. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham. Move on to Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I think the main point that was raised by, I nearly called you Councillor Austin, Mr. Austin, which is about the problems of having, it is still Councillor Austin, apologies. Different kind of councillor, but still councillor. Which is the problem of having a business which should really be on an industrial estate in a town centre. Sharing the space with, it's a particularly sensitive spot, not only is the health centre, with all the vulnerabilities of people accessing that, but children walking up and down the lane, as well as the site-specific issues with the high street wanting to be attractive. I think trying to cram a business into that area strikes me as complicated and probably not a good fit for Ivy Bridge. It says a lot about the need for more industrial estates. It says a lot about the need for good industrial estates. I think that would be the argument, is that businesses like this need to be outside of a town centre. So I will be agreeing with the case officer in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. I actually take issue with both Councillor Allen and Councillor Austin. I think we've seen, sorry, that's just the way it is. We've seen a sort of progressive sanitisation of our town centres. I mean, I remember when there was an abattoir in Totnes, and
it wasn't a good fit.
It wasn't a good fit, and certain businesses have moved out, but I don't think there's an in-principle reason why this couldn't be a builder's merchants. I mean, and I think that actually a variety of types of use within town centres lends resilience. If it's all shops selling crystals and whimsical objets, then they're very vulnerable to a downturn in the crystal and whimsical object market. But I think Councillor Dommett hit the nail on the head when she said that it feels like this application hasn't done the work. It is a sensitive site. There are issues with access, and I share Councillor Bonham's view that more work needs to be done to reflect those, and therefore I would really like to approve this, but I'm leaning towards proposing that we accept the officer's recommendation for refusal on this instance.
Councillor Rake, are you formally proposing to accept the officer's recommendation?
I am happy to do so.
Thank you. Do I have a, who leapt in first? Councillor Panel will second that. I know we have, there are other people who wish to speak, so I will allow them to speak rather than we move to the vote so that we can hear people's views. Councillor Panel, you were next.
Thank you. Yeah, I also have sympathy with the firm that wants to move here, and I'm not sure that I am totally opposed to the use of this site for this purpose, but I do feel that the proposal we have before us is detrimental to the approach into Ivybridge. Almost every, I would think 80 to 90% of visitors to Ivybridge will be coming from the western end and coming into the town centre. That will be a view they will see. I've known that view for over 50 years. I used to use Pound Lane frequently many years ago. And I think it's a very sensitive spot. I think we need to take into consideration the Grade 2 listed status of the Methodist Church across the way, and I do think we need to be very careful about what is permitted to go on that corner. I think a 2.4 metre palisade fence would look very conspicuous. I don't think the proposal, both for the fence and the landscaping, really deals with the visual intrusion that will present, and I think I would hope there would be something better for that. And also, I think there needs to be more work to try and deal with the conflict between traffic and pedestrians visiting the health centre. I think that's also an important issue, as we've heard. So I've therefore, and I don't know if the neighbours at Grosvenor Court will be aware of the intention for lorries to come at 6:30 in the morning and unload. But I think they'll be, if they don't know, they'll be quite surprised, and I suspect quite disturbed at hearing that. I think they'd rather have deliveries in the daytime than at 6:30 in the morning. When we get to retirement age, we do quite like to lie in sometimes, so that might be upsetting for them. But for the reasons I've given, I'm happy to second the proposal to refuse in line with the opposition's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. I don't think you can see it from here, but that's a 20-mile-an-hour zone, and I think the message a 20-mile-an-hour zone gives to people is, you know, that you're entering into the town centre, is a message that this is a safer place to walk and cycle, and you know the fact the health centre's right there. I think 30. You know it's
30.
I think it's 20 right in the town when you just go in there.
I don't know.
If I remember
responding to.
I thought I saw a 20-mile-an-hour sign. Anyway, maybe I didn't, but anyway, either way, it reads as a 20-mile as a place that people walk and cycle safely, and it's what keeps lots of our old village and town centres thriving and alive, is the fact that people use them to be able to walk into, to feel safe. And I think that this could be, you know, the impact of this, the scale of this, apart from anything else. I mean, I appreciate it's replacing the same scale, but the way that was before, with cars parked there, or the fact that it was a shop and a garage before, it now putting all this fencing in there, and it really increasing like the capacity of the use of the volume on site is changing the nature. And I think it's that change that is probably finding a lot of the resistance to, you know, this coming in. The scale of the fencing going in is going to visually affect the entrance to the town centre, and I think it's another thing that we should kind of be seeking in a kind of an ad hoc way to protect. We've got that church, a great listed building on one side, and on the other side we're going to have a very modern looking sort of keep out fencing, and I just think it completely jars, and it ultimately town centre, and I think we need to be really mindful of that impact, because going into town centres, if they want to thrive and be vital, etc., they need to be really have a feel of being welcoming. And you know, other places may move out because of this, you know, being in there. If there's any coffee places around, or people stop and chat, you know, if there's a thundering great, you know, HGV sitting there throbbing away for 20 minutes unloading, and all the dust and all the rest of it associated with that, it's not pleasurable. And I think this is a development that should be outside of the town centre. I really hear what's been said about we need to be a bit more sort of open about different places being in town, and I'd love to see some of the hardware shops come back in. We're losing those at a rate of knots because of places like IKEA, But you know, and I do also find it hard when we're looking at somewhere that will employ people or keep employment going in a place that has currently been abandoned. But the other thing, of course, is the safety to a health centre. And health centres themselves are, by very definition, people who aren't feeling great coming in there. If you've got asthma coming in and you have to walk through a construction site and they're just unloading a load of dumpy bags, it's not going to be a great experience. So I support the move of refusal.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Owen, you indicated you wished to speak. Okay, thank you. I'll move on to Councillor O'Callaghan.
Thanks. Yes, I'll try and be brief. Yeah, just I do support those Councillor Bonham and Councillor Rake who've suggested that this particular application needs looking at again. But I do support in principle the concept of builders merchants. I can't see an issue with it. We do have, as has been suggested, a Palladium in Kingsbridge, and it is in the centre, not exactly in the centre, but it's in the sort of in the middle of Kingsbridge, and it hasn't caused issues. We also have Jewson, slightly further out, and you know there are arguments whether they should be an industrial estate or not, but they haven't caused particular issues. We don't have the issue specific one we've just been discussing here about the health centre next to it, and I do think the specifics of this does need looking again, but I can't see a reason why Palladium shouldn't go there in principle. As I say, it has a sister or a sibling in Kingsbridge. We also have one or two objet d'art shops, but you know they live happily enough together. So so I would be supporting the proposal to refuse in this case, but also supporting the principle of them being there in principle.
Thank you, Councillor O'Callaghan. We've had everybody speaking. We have a proposer and seconder supporting the officer's recommendation of refusal. Can I have a show of hands before we move to that? Yes, before we move to a vote, point of clarification from Ms. Hall. Thank you.
Yeah, it was just reason for refusal number 3. I'm just going to bring it up on screen. Yeah, so it mentions the visibilities plays. Given what you've all heard from Mr. Jackson this morning, I'd like to remove reference to the visibilities plays.
Just a point of clarification, we're just removing visibility displays, but you're retaining the refusal 3, but it's on-site parking turning facilities?
Correct, yes.
Okay, as long as members are aware of that. Okay, thank you for that. Can I now move to the vote on this? And the vote is all those in favour of the officer's recommendation for refusal. Please show. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the public, that is unanimous. Thank you for that. I will, at this point, allow for the sort of changeover sort of officers and others, give a 5-minute... A 5... Okay.
Take it at 12 o'clock.
We'll take it back at 12 o'clock, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can return to the meeting. The next application, agenda item 6B, 1505/23 FUL. The case officer is Mr. Stewart, who is will be doing his presentation online, and he is with us now. So, Mr. Stewart, if you can take us through your presentation, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hopefully you can all hear me.
Yes, we can.
Brilliant. Okay, this is an application for Southmoor Vets on the New Mills Industrial Estate at Modbury. It's a slightly unusual application in that it is a proposal to erect residential accommodation on behalf of Southview Vets on this industrial estate within the triangular area that is hatched red on the screen drawing that you see in front of you. This was an application that was originally going to be presented to a previous committee but had to be withdrawn because of incorrect notices being served. So the application was re-advertised following the receipt of the revised notices, and there have been two consultation responses, one from Modbury Council, Parish Council, who have reiterated their stance on the application, which I will come to during the main presentation. The other representation received yesterday was an internal one received from our drainage section, indicating an objection to the development, an objection relating to the position of the proposed soakaway serving the development, and they've been asking for revised plans. So that matter will need to be taken into account. And again, I will refer to it later in the presentation. As I said, the proposal is made on behalf of Southmoor Vets. It's an application which affects part of a site that was given planning permission in 2019 for an equine centre and sand school for recuperating horses or for diagnosing problems with horses. That application, I am given to understand, has been in part implemented, and construction of the new equine centre will be ongoing over this year. The application itself covers, as I say, a triangular section of land between the permitted sand school and equine centre and the main A379 running through Modbury. The site itself is elevated from the road and is set behind a conifer screen which runs along the east and south sides of the site. Access to the site is between the veterinary practice premises, into their car park and into this area, the rear, which can really only be used by the vets themselves, and hence this application. It is an unusual application in that it involves residential accommodation on an industrial site. But there has been a need advanced in relation to this development, which runs something like this. As everybody knows, Southmoor Vets is a prominent local employer. It has a series of veterinary practices across the district, and I think it employs something in the order of 33 members of staff. The new equine centre and the facility at Modbury will need additional staff, and in particular junior staff, graduate vets and other administrative support. And it's in relation to these members of staff that this application is made, because the vets identify the significant problems in trying to find accommodation that is affordable for new staff, and hence they believe that the correct solution would be to provide accommodation on site where the vets work, in the form of this lodge, and I'll show you the elevations. It will accommodate up to 3 members of staff on a communal basis, and it is a fairly typical timber-clad lodge set with a veranda on the exterior and set under a low-pitched roof. Solar paneling is shown on one of the roof elevations. It's not more extensive simply because of the tree screen that runs around the east and south side of the site. The key issues in relation to this application I will run through in detail. And the first and one of major importance is whether you should be allowing residential accommodation on what is a commercial site. In this respect, there is a proviso, and the proviso is, of course, this is really a development proposed in order to assist the existing business to continue operation and to expand. So it is a business-related development in that sense. Dev 14 of the adopted joint local plan relates specifically to the potential loss of employment land. Now, in this respect, the policy is primarily geared to the loss of premises and land to other land uses. It doesn't really apply in this case because the land that is proposed to be used can literally only be used by the vets. It's tucked around the back of their premises, and another commercial user could not operate from the site. Secondly, as I said, it's a proposal which seeks to ensure the good running of the practice and its continued expansion. So it really is a commercial type of development. And officers don't see a conflict between the proposal as it is with the adopted policy. Now, one of the objections received is from Modbury Parish Council, and no doubt they will discuss their objection. They do have sympathy with what the vets are trying to do, but they see a conflict between the introduction of a residential use on the site and their neighbourhood planning policy, MNP 7. Now, MNP 7 is a very similar policy to Dev 14 in that it's to preserve employment land for employment-related uses. So if members considered this proposal was in accordance with Dev 14, it would also be in accordance with the neighbourhood planning policies. However, the use is a form of non-conforming use. You don't normally expect residential uses on an industrial site. So conditions for the occupiers is a relevant consideration. And in this respect, the first thing that should be stated is that if members were minded to favourably consider this application, there should be heavy restrictions placed on any approval, restricting the use specifically for Southmore vets, and also that it should revert to an employment-related use in connection with Southmore Vets in the event of the accommodation no longer being required. That's because you would not want to see a freestanding independent residential unit on this site which does not comply with amenity standards that you would expect for normal residential occupation. However, as I said, in this particular case, residential occupation is for people who work at the practice, who will be working all day at the practice. If they are called out on site, then they will leave as per normal in their cars to work on site elsewhere. So it is accepted that normal residential amenity standards are not necessarily appropriate for this development. As I said, if I flick back to the previous slide, you will see that internally it meets national space standards. There is some amenity space on the decking area, which is immediately outside the dwelling, and that lies between the proposed lodge and the road. Again, if I flick back, you will see the decking shown in this outer red line here. There is an impact on car parking. The existing area is a large staff car park which extends and is tarmacked for a large part of its area. It was shown to provide some extra parking for the equine centre. There is a modest loss of surface area, but this is taken up by parking specifically for the graduate vets who might be using the accommodation. Overall, it's not considered that there is a loss of car parking that will cause major parking issues either within the New Mills Industrial Estate or outside. In terms of visual impact, as I said, and you will have seen on site, that the site is screened from public view by a series of conifers. There is a proposal to strengthen that planting, particularly the understory planting, as part of this scheme, that will also assist in screening the lodge from view. Having said that, it's a typical timber-clad lodge that one sees elsewhere in the district. It's of relatively low height, and I don't believe you will see anything except the upper parts of it when passing the site in your vehicle. The final consideration of great note relates to highways. We do have an objection from the County Highway Authority, and Richard will no doubt outline his concerns. Their concerns related mainly not to traffic generation, but to pedestrian or the potential for pedestrian movement between this site and the town centre. Now, members will have seen on their site visit that there are footpaths immediately on the south side of the industrial estate. The left-hand photograph is taken from the access into New Mills Estate with pointing in an easterly direction towards the town. And you will see the footpath on the left-hand side. As it goes round the bend, the footpath diminishes in width and becomes non-existent, roughly about where my cursor is, which is about where the lamppost is on the left-hand side of that right-hand photo, the road on the right-hand photograph. When you look down from the town side in a westerly direction towards the site, and you can see the edge of the tree belt just on the extreme left of that photograph, you'll see that there are no footpaths on either side of the road, round that section of bend. The road entrance that you see is Lavernock Way, so just to get your bearings for that photograph. The Highway Authority consider that pedestrian movement will occur between the site and the town and the nearby facilities, and that clearly it represents a danger to pedestrians if they were to remain on the main highway on the A379 round this double corner. And indeed, I agree that there will be significant danger caused if pedestrians were to use that route. There is an alternative route which utilises in the main footpaths, so that pedestrians, if they wish to leave New Mills Estate, can use the footpath outside the site, cross over at the Church Lane entrance and go into Church Lane, into Benedict Way and up through a public footpath up to the top end of the site, up at the top end of the main street, near the Barracks Way. I would stress, however, that at the point at which the footpath meets the highway, there is again no footpath. There's about 20 feet distance between the footpath entrance or exit and the nearest foot pavement, which runs from the beginning of this building down into town. The only alternative to that would be to cross over and use a roundabout route up Barrack Way and back down Barrack Way onto the main road. And sorry, the last photograph shows the entrance into Church Way, much less trafficked, although no pavement, as far as Benedict Way, which is roughly where my cursor is. In terms of design, visual appearance, climate change matters. Officers have no issues with this development proposal, which generally meets policy. As I said, there is a drainage objection now. The application indicated that there would be a soakaway serving this development underneath the building. That is not satisfactory and would have to be moved at least 2.5 metres away from the building. So if members were minded to approve this scheme, we would have to seek revised plans for the drainage details. However, it could be that combined soakaways for the equine centre and this development could be linked together to form a satisfactory drainage solution. So that's really all I'd like to say. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Any questions? I have the first one from Councillor Panel.
Thank you, Chair. 2 questions. The second one may be also addressed by the Highways Officer, but the first one talks about the need to support the neighbouring vets and equine centre. I understand from what we were told at the site visit that it's not intended that animals will be kept overnight, either in the vets or in the equine centre. So I imagine the need for it is just to actually be able to house the vets who will be needed to work looking after the horses and other animals. Are we content that that's a sufficient demonstration of need? I'm relaxed about that, but I just wondered if that was correct, even though there aren't animals staying overnight. That was the first question.
There's no doubt that if animals were kept overnight, the need argument would be greatly strengthened. Having said that, it's really the nature and volume of surgery appointments, if you like, that will be dealt with from this site, which require the additional staff. So I am content that there is a need argument that is well founded.
Thank you, that's very helpful. The second one is more holistic. The entire industrial estate has been built in a way, apparently it appears at the moment, that no one wishing to access it on foot from the town, and most of the residential areas of the town are to the east of this site, would also have to walk either along the alternative route or on the dangerous route. I can't understand why an industrial estate has been allowed there without any access or apparently any provision for pedestrian access. Am I right in thinking that anybody wanting to access the any unit on the industrial estate by foot will have the same dilemma?
They will have the same dilemma. It will have been a matter that must have been considered when the industrial estate was first built out and used as an industrial estate. I don't know what debate was had at that time with regard to pedestrian access. But yes, it is simple, and that is that all the existing businesses will generate footfall or have the potential to generate footfall into the town. This proposal might marginally add to that footfall, but given the scale, it's of a very modest nature. Having said all that, you will note that this application is recommended for refusal, and its sole ground of refusal relates to the highway concerns and the importance that officers have placed on the highway concerns.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Perhaps I can also address that to the highways officer as well.
Thank you.
Do you want to deal with questions to David first?
I'll take questions to David first, then I'll move to Mr. Jackson rather than bouncing back and forth. So, Councillor Taylor.
Good morning, David. Good afternoon, in fact. I've been here all day. Does this mean that the drainage or the soakaway that was granted for the equestrian centre is not capable of taking this extra dwelling? And because that was passed and looked into when they did this original plan, which I think was probably 2 or 3 years ago, probably 3 years ago. Is there any way that you can alleviate that concern? I mean, I heard you say something about moving the soakaway and joining it into this. Is that soakaway sufficient then to take it?
The short answer is sorry. The short answer to this is that I can't tell properly whether the existing equine centre has sufficient capacity. That would be for the applicants to demonstrate. On the basis that the equine centre has not yet been built out, I'm sure that the drainage to that can, one, either be proved to have sufficient capacity, or if not, can be amended so that it can take the extra runoff from this development. So I don't have an issue with regard to drainage per se on the site, and I don't believe that it would be likely to lead to a ground of refusal. I think it can be satisfactorily solved either through expanding the soakaway for the equine centre or providing an alternative site for a soakaway just serving this development. But it would probably mean digging up a small section of car parking area and providing drainage from the lodge into that soakaway.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Rake. Okay, thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and hello, David. I wanted to clarify, if I could, your view regarding Dev 14. And maybe I've read this wrong, but in paragraph 8 of your report, you seem to imply that the application is not consistent with Dev 14, because you say that Dev 14 should protect employment sites, etc., etc. This is not a case here. So you sort of imply that it's against Dev 14, but in your verbal statement, you said you said two things. Firstly, you said there's no conflict, and then you said the development is a form of non-conforming use. If I got the wording correct, I'm a bit confused. Maybe you could help me understand that, please.
Okay. Firstly, the site is part of New Mills Industrial Estate, so it has an employment use for the land. And Dev 14 does seek to protect employment land and existing businesses, existing premises. This particular site could not be developed for an independent employment user. It can only be used by the veterinary practice. Because of its nature, it's tucked right round the back. You'd have to drive through the vet's car park, and indeed with the equine centre, some of that parking area is essential to serve the overall development. So it's not actually involving the loss of employment land that could be used for a new business. That's really why I said that although technically it does involve the loss of a piece of employment land, and could be regarded as contrary to Dev 14, in this particular instance, there is really no loss because it can only be used by Southmore vets. The second element is that this is really a development proposal which seeks to support the existing business, enabling it to grow rather than having to move to accommodate changed circumstance. Now, I'm not saying that Southmore vets have ever indicated that they would move, but it clearly allows them to continue operating from the site and the range of services that they want to offer. So it is, in a sense, an employment use, although it's providing residential accommodation.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Councillor Bond, okay, thank you. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Just a quick one, really. You've got a plan up on the screen. Item 14 in your case officer report says there's no residential near neighbours. Well, I understand in terms of the actual site it's sitting on, but bang opposite are residential accommodation. So I think that might be something I'm just clarifying really that I don't kind of take that absolutely on face value, because it strikes me that it is a residential area still, albeit on the commercial side of the road rather than the residential side where everybody else lives.
I agree with your comment, yes. I should have made that clear that there are residential properties opposite, and there is residential properties to the north of the site as well.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I was just looking at the site. It seems to be separated from the new housing estate to the north of it. I think that's probably a road and a strip of tree, and where the horses' exercise yard will be. Is there any way that the new estate, the occupants of the new estate, can access the industrial estate or the vets across that strip, or do they all have to hazard death on that bend down the road? Thank you.
I might let Richard answer that one. You are correct. There is a strip of land to the north. I can't be absolutely certain who owns it. So that's the first issue. I am aware that some people do wander along that strip of land. and I assume may indeed access New Mills Industrial Estate, but it's not a designated footpath, and nor is it likely to be in the short or medium term.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Councillor Rake, I know you have a question, but I'm going to bring Mr. Jackson in here to give his views, unless, of course, you've got a question that you wish to ask Mr. Stewart.
It was a question for Mr. Stewart, Chair.
Okay.
So,
please.
Well, just to take you back to the condition that we would suggest tying the residential accommodation to Southmore Vets, and you yourself raised the possibility that at some future point Southmore Vets might up sticks and go. What would the condition say that the proposed building would then revert to commercial use only, or would it have to be demolished, or what? How would that work in that eventuality?
The condition could work one of two ways. The first is that if members were minded to approve the development, the first matter must control the occupation and limit it to those employed by Southmore Vets. Second part of the condition would either require that on no longer being required, either the lodge is removed in totality and the land restored to its current status, or that the building could only be used by Southmore Vets for employment purposes.
Mr. Weimer, would you like to come in?
I would. I would have this conversation with Mr. Stewart outside the committee if he was sitting here. But I would suggest that condition, I don't disagree with him, but I think that third part of the condition where it says if no longer required, it could be used for employment or commercial uses in connection with Southmore Vets, I would suggest it could be wider than that and say in connection with the immediately adjoining commercial use. So if it was no longer Southmore Vets and somebody else went in there, they could still use that building, but simply for employment purposes. So just to tie it to the land use rather than an individual occupier of the site. But other than that, I totally agree with Mr. Stewart's suggested condition that members could consider.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. If there are no other questions of Mr. Stewart, Mr. Jackson, would you like to come in, please? Thank you.
Thank you. So, in roundup, from a highways perspective, we have no accidents on the A road currently. We have an industrial estate that's existing. We have a choice for, or a partial choice for users of that industrial estate to walk along Benedict Way and access the town centre and the amenities via what is considered a reasonably safe route from a highways perspective. So I have no dispute about that. My concern really revolves around the continual cumulative increase in likelihood of the use of the A road, bearing in mind the alternative route that I just mentioned is 160 metres longer than the choice that is available via the A road, which most people would choose definitely not to walk on that A road because it is lethal. The only reason I was there is to look at it, but there comes a point where I can't say the word precedent because we're not allowed to say that word really, but there is a concern that if I don't raise the concern at this point, then the long-term implication for not raising that concern may fuel the arguments of other developments that may wish to develop out in this area or indeed in the industrial estate. So I have to be cautious, and I've let the planning authority know what those concerns are as a result, and I feel that they're strong enough to warrant an objection. I have witnessed users accessing the industrial estate, because I've been to this site numerous times now, via the unregistered sort of strip of land that is north of the industrial estate. You can see evidence, it's well trodden. And when I was there, within the space of an hour, I saw somebody walking to the industrial estate myself, so I know it's well used. We have made the suggestion to the local authority, who I believe is the owner of this industrial estate, to look at the creation of a public right of way on that unregistered land, because we do think as a highway authority that is possible, but it will involve some works to the public highway to make that adequately safe, and therefore really that should come hand in hand with anybody that wishing to intensify that movement. So what we're not saying is that it's justified that the district council should have to pay for that process. We are saying that anybody in the future that comes forward that wishes to develop further out in this location should have to fairly apportion the cost of that to themselves. So there is a slight argument to say that if we're allowing one dwelling here, should they have to pay a proportion to that process? I think the answer is probably yes. And that's my conclusion on it.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I think what we've got to say is that what you've outlined about the alternative route is not part of this application at present, but is a future consideration.
It is, but I did think it was important to at least mention it.
Just for clarification, there is no plan at the moment to do anything to bring that unregistered land forward as a public right of way. So I'm struggling with, if there isn't a scheme, how would the council be able to seek a financial contribution from this application towards a scheme that isn't actually there? That would be my concern in terms of whether it would meet the seal regulations for taking contributions towards something that's just an idea at the moment, rather than something that's actually in place and going forward.
Is there not a similar, if I may, just
can I
oh, sorry.
First, thank you.
Thank you, Richard. For once, I agree with you all the way down the line. That's unusual. But the alternative route, it actually takes about 2.5 minutes longer. That's all I was going to say. I know it's not part of this application, but it does, and I think more people use that than the unauthorised way than the main road, to be honest, because that is lethal, and I agree with you.
Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. Yeah, is there not a model in the past, and Mr. Jackson would be aware of this, when Ashburton Road in Totnes, when there was kind of a general pot, I'm going back about 10 or 12 years now, for contributions towards highways improvements to make, so it was actually just being gathered up from the various developments as they came forward. It didn't work as well as it might have done, but nevertheless, is that not something that could be used here, that there could be a condition to make, sort of a contribution towards future highway safety for pedestrians?
Mr. Weimer.
Richard will correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding is there's been contributions around there's Totnes, there's been also contributions around east of Ivy Bridge, where it has been contributions towards highway safety or improvements to existing footpaths. But my recollection is all of those were where there was a set of schemes already set out and done. So you can say, right, that scheme's, that's what's happening, that's what's been assessed, that's been approved, and that's what the money's going to. So it is where there's been a scheme has already been developed. And the other one I would use is the additional slip road at Lee Mill, where anything that's using that is now making a contribution. But
that scheme is being developed and has got to the stage where you can say, yes, you're contributing to something that's there and is going to happen, rather than, I don't mean this disrespectfully, Mark, rather than as it's an idea, it would be good, but it hasn't gone any further. I don't think we can take contributions for something that hasn't progressed beyond the idea stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard, for your contribution. Always worthwhile. Any other questions of Mr. Stewart? Councillor Panel.
Well, just to ask, I quite understand the concern over people using that bit of main road, particularly at night time, maybe coming back from a restaurant or a pub in the dark. I can imagine it'd be very dangerous. But can you explain why the situation was allowed to develop, that people are allowed to walk to the industrial estate, and why a footpath wasn't provided or wasn't thought to be necessary when the industrial estate was developed?
I'll let Mr. Weimer come in first.
With respect, Councillor Panel, I think that's quite an unfair question for Mr. Jackson's. My suspicion is that industrial estate has been there for a significant amount of time and almost certainly predates both my working authority and I suspect Mr. Jackson's working with Devon County. So I think it's just an impossible question for him to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. It's not very often we let Mr. Jackson off of a question like that, but I think this time it was fair. Right. Any other questions? Councillor Rake.
Mr. Jackson, would your concern, if you could see in your crystal ball that the 3 vets who are slash vet nurses who are going to live in this this dwelling would only ever cycle into Modbury, would that change your view? Or is that just as lethal?
I believe it's illegal to cycle and drink, so there may be occasions when they don't.
Excellent answer, Mr. Jackson. Right. If there are no other questions for either Mr. Stewart or Mr. Jackson, Councillor Rake.
Sorry. I agree with you, and I know the reputation of vets. So, but my question still stands. I mean, is your concern about safety solely for pedestrians, or I mean, because it could generate movements of different sorts, by car, on foot, by bike, potentially on horseback. Are you equally concerned about all of those?
I think where there's a potential opportunity to try and address it to the best of my ability in terms of safety, I will take that opportunity.
Thank you. If no other questions, we'll move on to speakers. We don't have an objector for this application. Supporter is Lucy Croft, if you'd like to come forward. Lucy is a vet, so therefore, Councillor Rake, be very careful.
So clearly your reputation precedes you.
Sorry, we haven't got any gin and tonics.
But you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, as just said, my name's Lucy Croft and I'm a vet and one of the directors at Southmoor. Just wanted to say thank you for coming to see the site where we want to situate the log cabin for trainee vets, graduate vets, vet nurses and also trainee vet nurses, which was supported by Lucy Hall at the pre-application stage. Essentially, we need to provide some accommodation to attract some staff to our practice, as firstly, housing is becoming too expensive to rent. Secondly, there's very little accommodation actually in Modbury itself. And thirdly, most landlords don't want pets. And obviously with the nature of our job, most of our staff have pets. So that's quite a big one. Modbury is a great town. I'm biased, I live there, and has much to offer with additional people living in it. It will continue to thrive as one of Southampton's smaller sustainable towns. The site is situated on the edge of Modbury, adjacent to the practice and the new housing development, which is actually where I live. And I walk to work, trying to reduce my carbon footprint. And I actually walked down Drovers Lane, I think it's called, and then into the industrial estate the back way, essentially. But then, you know, if we're going into town, which we take the post most days, people access Runaway Lane by walking their dogs at lunchtime and stuff. We always cross over the main 379 where we actually stood on Monday. And going to your pictures, David, we tend to actually sort of cross where there's a little bit in a little sort of gap in the fence, and then you're on a pathway, so you're not actually crossing straight onto the grass or onto the main bit of Church Lane. The site itself is situated, is surrounded by numerous street lights, and there is also a bus stop, making it a sustainable location. And also you could, I guess, jump on the bus to go down to town to the pub, but the problem coming back up is the buses don't run past 6 o'clock. The building is to comprise a simple log cabin and will provide 3 ensuite bedrooms and a communal living space. Graduates will then be on site to work at the practice in the day. We don't have, as mentioned, any small animal patients overnight or any horses overnight, but we do provide emergency work, and some of that is often that farmers will bring their ewes into the practice to be lambed because it saves them some money bringing them to us rather than us going to them. Southmoor rents the site on a 125-year lease from South Hams District Council, and we are more than happy to have a condition that proposes the log cabin will only be used for ancillary use to the practice and for no other use. The other thing I just wanted to say about the practice itself is actually in the time that we put the planning in, which I think was May 23, we've gone from, it isn't 30 members of staff, it was 33 vets to 42 vets and 60 support staff. So it's grown since May to now. The application is recommended for refusal for just one reason, being highway safety due to a demanding increase in pedestrian use and the lack of pedestrian footways. I confirm that all of the future occupiers will be able to drive, so to attend on-site emergencies, and they have access to Southmoor vehicles. Having graduates on site will not result in an increase in pedestrian or vehicular traffic, as, like me, they can walk to work and into town. The site is on a piece of unused land adjacent to the practice and parking area and horse trot-up area, and will have a small area of decking to provide privacy to the rear and car parking in the front. The log cabin will have solar panels and an air source heat pump to meet with DEV 32. There's surveillance cameras and lights on the practice and other buildings on the estate, and the site is visible from a number of houses to the north, but is well screened from the 379 by the line of trees.
Croft, can I ask you to wind up?
I'm going to say I hope that you'll be able to support the proposal that will not only assist our business, but will also help us to provide a better service to farmers, equestrians and pet owners through being able to service our practice and recruit staff to the area by providing accommodation with their job. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. Any questions? Councillor Rake?
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to pry too much into your business model, but you're a multi-site practice, am I right?
Yes, we are. We've got 4 sites now. Yeah.
The residents in the cabin would be working purely with the Modbury site, or do you move around between sites?
We are contracted to be able to move around sites, but the plan would that they'll be working out the Modbury practice.
And these are paid employees. In terms of, the affordability question you raised. That's just because housing is expensive.
So housing, is expensive. There's also, a lack of housing, but particularly the sort of the trainee vet nurses, their salary is pretty minimal. So for them to rent anywhere is, not very easy for them.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Taylor?
Yes, I'm correct in thinking that you're actually available 24/7, for emergencies.
Yeah.
And these student nurses or vets or whatever would be there to help out on that point.
All the staff are sort of employed. Well, depends on their employment, but we do 24/7 cover. So
and we all know that Mulberry got several letting areas, but they're all in Airbnb most of the time, and just winter let. So thank you.
Councillor Hodgson.
I just wondered, is the people that would be living in these cabins, are they going to be, how long would they actually be there? Is it like temporary accommodation, like a year or something like that?
Yeah, it would be at least a year, possibly up to 2 years. It will all depend on them as individuals. Most people we find we provide them with accommodation for a few years, and then they love the area, they look to try and buy. So,
thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, Ms. Croft. Appreciate it.
thank you.
We'll now move on. We don't have a representative from Modbury Parish Council, but we do have a statement to be read out by the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Response from Modbury Parish Council. The given rationale for the proposed development is that the applicant Southmore Vets wish to increase the number of staff employed at their practice, and that the shortage of affordable housing in the area is having a negative impact on staff recruitment. Their solution is to provide a residential dwelling on site adjacent to the practice building. As stated in our response to the original application, the Parish Council wished to support local businesses and their contribution to an economically healthy community. We recognise the difficulties in finding affordable local housing as evidenced by consultations on our neighbourhood plan. However, we do not feel we can support an application for a residential property in an industrial zone for the following reasons. The site is designated as an industrial site within Modbury Neighbourhood Plan, Policy MNP8. To allow residential development within a designated industrial zone contravenes the premise of managed and balanced development and creates a precedent for others to make similar applications with the potential result of poorly sited and randomly distributed housing. Policy Dev 14 of the JLP states that change of use of an existing employment site is permitted only where there's an overriding and demonstrable economic need to do so. Policy MNP1 states that development will only be permitted where it's essential to meet agricultural or other small-scale needs which cannot be met elsewhere. We do not believe that is the case here. There are a number of medium-priced properties currently for sale in Modbury. Whilst this may be beyond the price range for newly qualified staff, a more creative solution would be for the business to buy property and rent it to their staff. A key theme within the neighbourhood plan is that of safe pedestrian access. The site is poorly connected to the town amenities for pedestrian. There is no continuous footpath along the busy A379 and the existing footpath is narrow and poorly lit. Attempts to acquire third-party land to create an alternative pathway have been made in respect of other matters and have been unsuccessful. We note the concern from the County Highway Authority that accidents or injuries may leave the authorities with an obligation to spend public funds to address this matter. The proposal does not meet JLP Dev 29 stipulations or NMP policies MNP3 and NMP7. We support the Highway Authority's report which recommends refusal. Safety to residents. The proposed building would be an isolated residential unit on industrial site. Outside of business hours, there will be no contact or surveillance from neighbouring businesses. This raises concern about risk and safety as detailed in the report from Devon and Cornwall Police. The UN Human Rights Act's rights to adequate housing abilities section includes the right to physical safety. We do not believe that the location of this building fulfills that criteria and could not support this development on that basis. We have not provided comments on design, landscaping and sustainability due to limitations on length of our response, but broadly agree with the comments in the Planning Officer's report. Thank you, Councillor Anne Turner and Councillor Phil Smith from Modbury Parish Council.
Thank you. Obviously, we're not able to put any questions there, so we'll move on to the ward member, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. I'll reserve everything for the debate, if I may, please.
Okay. Thank you. We've had all of the statements and speakers. I'll move into the debate. Who wishes to commence? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, it seems like in this one we're being asked to give, and as a novice, we're being asked to give an enormous amount of weight to the highways issue. I'm very sympathetic with all the points raised. I think that the I mean, it's the housing for 3 people, which means that they're not competing for scarce supply with people who are perhaps less well paid. I mean, I don't know what a graduate vet earns, but and I can see that having that on site has many attractions, and so what I'm struggling with is quite how the balance works, because I mean, roads are dangerous. I fully recognise that. I think people generally take such measures to protect themselves as they can, like the unofficial or alternative route down into the town centre, or alternative means of transport. And we're talking about 3 additional people there. So my gut feeling is that to swing the entire balance on the highways objection would be over-egging the pudding, but I'm happy to listen to other members' views.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, I tend to agree with the statement from Councillor Reek that this is probably a fairly simple question. I mean, there are some objections from the parish, but I'm also, listen very carefully to the officer's report, and I think there's a balance about using the industrial land for housing in this case, because it's adding to the growth of the business and would only be used for that. So I think there's a fine balance in favour actually of the development, but I'm very nervous about the safety. And I'm not very experienced on this committee, but I don't think we often get a statement from the Highways Authority that say it's pretty dangerous, which is effectively what they've said. And having been there, I can certainly see, even during the daytime, coming back from the town towards the vets along the main road would be exceptionally dangerous. It's a blind bend. It gets narrow at that point. It's just towards the entrance of the town, so cars are probably quite used to travelling fairly fast in the non-regulated speed zone, and they suddenly need to slow down. Yeah. And I can, I think we can all foresee young people taking that shortcut rather than going the long way round. And, none of us want to sort of think about what might arise there. So I do think we need to take great weight on place great weight on the statement from the Highways Authority, and that would be my feeling in this case.
Councillor Pannell.
Thank you. I understand the concerns, but we've heard from the vet that their staff regularly go into town and use the alternative route that is suggested. I think it's perverse that we're going to turn down an opportunity to support a local business when there is no restriction on all the other local businesses being accessed on foot, if so desired, using that very route. I think hopefully sensible people would use the alternative that's been suggested, using Church Lane, Church Road. And I think the application, as we've heard from the officer, does meet the terms of our policies on use of employment and industrial land, because it can't really be used by any other business, or couldn't in future, and it does support that business. I imagine that if this were permitted, that the management of the vets would try to impress on the residents in the lodge that they should follow the example of the rest of the staff of the vets and cross over the road and use the alternative. And with that in mind, I'm prepared to propose acceptance, approval of the planning application in contravention of the officer's proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Pannell. At that point, as you've moved that, I'll bring in
Councillor again.
Mr. Weimer. But you don't want to be a councillor.
I'm assuming that, Councillor Panel, you'd be happy to propose a delegated approval with conditions to be agreed with proposer.
Absolutely, including the soakaway and the other
But
issues.
my suggestion would be, it would be I think it would probably need to be a delegated approval subject to receipt of revised plans showing an alternative soakaway design rather than deal it by condition. I think would be my preference. That gives the opportunity for the applicant to make an assessment of what the approved soakaway for the equestrian hospital is, and can that just be installed and is connected to it, or does it need a separate one? And drainage really should be dealt with by approved plans rather than conditions. So I think it would be a delegated approval subject to the receipt of satisfactory revised plans demonstrating a suitable soakaway and conditions to be agreed with chairman, vice chairman, proposer and seconder, assuming there is a seconder. And I'm assuming that we'll wait for the debate, but I'm assuming there'll be some conditions coming towards, but I'm assuming that one of them would be in respect of the occupation of the unit and then what happens in the future, as David set out earlier. And if there are any other conditions, I can't immediately think of any off the top of my head, but if there are any other conditions that members would want to impose, then obviously that needs to come out in debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wyman. Thank you, Councillor Panel. Councillor Hodgson.
I'd like to second that proposal to approve rather than against officer recommendation. I think actually we need to see more diversity in housing and solutions to the problems that we have with having, housing for people that, want to work, young people coming back, and this seems to be an ideal thing. It's nothing new about this. I mean, old development, commercial sites often had people living on site as sort of site security before the grand days of CCTV. I had a great uncle that used to live on a site. Goodness knows what security he'd have offered, but he was up for it, and he had an Alsatian. I remember that. but it was, it was a system that, I think we haven't got that diversity. We've done a stranglehold on accommodation and housing, and I think I actually commend this vet practice for putting this forward. I think it's a really good opportunity to help young people, get on the housing ladder, have somewhere right on site. They don't even need to have a car to live there. They can actually just, literally 2 steps to work. So I don't see that there's going to be an increase, particularly in pedestrian traffic, but there is a model, obviously, of how people do access the site as pedestrians and safely and using, due sort of thoughtfulness about, and maybe there should be a sign as you leave the site saying pedestrians are recommended to not go left or something like that. I don't know, because it seems to be a footpath to nowhere otherwise. But yeah, I would also like to see that as South Hams we take perhaps a better review of some of our sites to see where we can actually give a good example. And we've done it at one of our waste sites. I remember there was one of the planning applications came for one of our new waste sites. There was a lot of thing about pedestrian routes and cycle routes. So I think this is positive, and yeah, absolutely prepared to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Carson.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on what the parish mentioned, if the vet's practice were to purchase a property in the town at substantial cost to them, the cheapest currently is £255,000, they still would have to walk through the town and up on the main road. So that negates that argument. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carson. Councillor Taylor? No. Okay, Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Just to back up what Councillor Hodgson was saying, I think that the future going forward is to look at live workplaces. They've been very successful in other towns and in cities, and this to me strikes me as a slightly spread out live work unit. But I think this question of taking away employment space potentially needs a revisit, because if you have employment space where people don't have to drive to work, they live on site, they can make a community around their work, it's something to be seen as beneficial in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I just want to say I totally agree with what Councillor Hodgson said. I mean, I think this is I know it is, and I try not to do it very often, but but on this case, I feel compelled to, despite all the advice. That it's a very, very good proposal in many respects, but the safety issue seems to override that in my mind. And I wanted to ask if there's any measures that can be put in place to reduce the chance of people walking along that footpath beyond the bus stop or beyond the point where it peters out with a physical barrier. My colleague on my right is suggesting. And secondly, whether there's any action that can be taken by this council. We seem to have ownership of land to pursue the option of the alternative path. I know we don't know who owns it and there's a number of questions, but why don't we actually look at this in a bit more detail with a bit more effort? It would seem to help. Whether we approve this application or not, I think it might be a sensible course of action. I know it's not a planning issue in general, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't pursue it to solve the problem that we've all come across about pedestrians walking to this industrial site from the vets or from other places.
I'll let Mr. Wyman come in on that.
There's two clear questions there, and it may well be that Mr. Jackson needs to come in at this point. I personally don't think there is anything we can do in terms of putting a barrier at the end of where that footpath stops, because if you're of a mind that you're going to walk on that double bend, you're just going to, which I think would be a little bit bonkers, to be perfectly honest. You're just going to walk around that barrier. I don't think that would stop pedestrians who want to walk down the road walking down the road. You've stolen my words, really. The other bit, you're right. It isn't a planning matter, and that really would be something that members would need to take up with the assets team if they wanted that to be progressed. It's not something that we could do as a. I don't believe it's anything we can do as a planning committee, or I can do as a planning officer, because it's just outside of my remit.
Thank you, Mr. Wyman. Mr. Jackson.
Just to inform you, Rob Secula has already agreed to progress the creation order, but he was looking for funding from another applicant with a larger site, which I can't mention because I think it was preliminary. So but I'm not sure that preliminary inquiry has gone any further, or whether the applicant has chosen to fund the process any further. So that's why nothing. But Rob knows all about it.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I think, Mr. Wymer, it's really a case of that's for future consideration and not really one for this application. But thank you, Councillor Bonham, for raising it. Councillor Taylor, thank you.
Thank you very much. Hopefully I can round this up. Now, this vets practice actually employs nearly everybody that's employed there is from our area, and they're one of the major employers in the town. And I believe as a council, we should be supporting applications like this, because, and as far as the alternative footway goes, I think Richard said that it was 100 metres plus. Well, that's not a major amount of, I mean, I walked it and it took me about three minutes longer. So I think most people would use that, because we all look after our own safety, don't we? I mean, you know, we can't be policed out on the roads all the time. Actually, you might not believe it, but I've grown up now, so I don't need somebody to hold my hand. So, you know, I would support this all the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other motions? Councillor
Can I just ask that if we do go to the vote, if we're going to vote in favour, that we put a condition on external lighting on that bit at the back, because it's facing right into all the hedgerow, and in terms of bats and anything else that might be wandering along there. So just to protect the darkness. I know that might not be the best idea for people who do want to sit out on that decking out the back, but you know, no external lighting is the normal one for when you're so close into any natural space.
In short, yes, but I think you seconded the application, seconded the motion, so the conditions would come to you and councillor panel to consider in any event as proposed from the seconder.
Just flagging it now.
I think, if I may, the applicant actually mentioned about lighting because to address the security issues. What I think it needs is a very sensitive downward-facing lighting on the building that's not going to shine up into the trees or affect wildlife. So yeah, so I mean, I'm not against the principle of some lighting, but it needs to be approved. Yeah, that's fine.
My recollection, my understanding is what Councillor Hodgson, you were talking about lighting on the back of the building where it faces the trees rather than lighting to the front where the existing lighting is.
Well, in fairness, they probably would want some kind of lighting at the back just for security, because if it's a back access, you know, somebody poking around in the middle of the night is, you know, you want a light, as you say, a trigger light that will come on, but it can be a low lux. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be a high. You know, it doesn't have to be a blinder, does it?
Can agree those as we go through. Thank you, everybody. I think we've had a fair discussion and debate on this. We have a recommendation of approval which has been seconded, which is contrary to the officer's recommendation of refusal. So I'm going to take it to the vote.
Sorry. I don't think we've formally had a discussion around the reasons for going against the officer recommendation, which we would normally do.
Yeah.
From the debate that I've heard, what I've heard is that there's an absolute acknowledgement that the comments from County Highways are absolutely valid, and that the access on that main road, pedestrian access on the main road, is dangerous and really should be avoided. However, you feel that because it is so dangerous, it almost means it's more likely for pedestrians from this site to use the alternative access to cross, go through Church Lane and up, I can't remember the other name, but it comes out the footpath, Benedict Way, comes out the top. So because of that, you've balanced up the likelihood of where people are more likely to walk, which is the alternative route, so that you feel that the danger caused by the additional pedestrian activity, which is limited anyway because it's only a single unit to house 3 people, that's where you've considered that's why you're going against the recommendation of the Highway Authority. That's what I've heard, and I think that is sufficient reasons, but I did need to put it on record before we went to the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Proposer second are happy with that. That's been outlined. We have that. Members are aware of that. Can I take it to the vote now? All those in favour of approval contrary to the officer's recommendation? Those against? No abstention. Right. Thank you, members. That application is approved. We now close the business for this morning and break for lunch and come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you, members. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Welcome back to Development Management Committee of the 17th of January. We have some new members of the public in, so just some housekeeping. In case of a fire alarm, exit the doors in the building and make your way to the far end of the car park. Toilets to the outside of the door on the left. Water is available outside the door on the right. This is a public meeting. Members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate, but unless you're registered to speak, you're not able to take part and speak. We are live webcasting today, so can I remind everybody, and even including members, to use their microphones, remember to turn them off when not speaking, and also to make sure that mobile phones are switched off during the meeting. In terms of how the items are presented, the order of each application is case officer will present their report, objector will speak, supporter will speak, parish council representative will speak, and then the ward member or members will speak. Members can ask questions to each speaker on points of clarity. Then we move into debate, and for each debate, members will, at the conclusion, will vote and come to a decision. We are now on to agenda item 6C, 298123 VAR. The case officer is Graham Smith. So Graham is online and will be presenting online. So Graham, if I can ask you to commence your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a planning application at the Crab Shed in Salcombe, Quay Car Park. You'll probably know the site quite well. There was a recent application for a food processing unit just in this vicinity in the car park. What this application is looking to do is extend the temporary permission that they currently have. The permission was granted back in 2013 for a small restaurant selling seafood associated with the operational buildings there. That's just a photograph of the unit within the car park. As you can see, it's close to the water. So the current permission they have is set to expire in 2033. The applicant is looking to prolong that until 2044. No objections from the public. The reason it's going to committee is because it's a council-owned car park. One of the important consultees was the Environment Agency because it's in an area of flood risk. They objected to the application when it came in. The application was accompanied by a flood risk assessment. We gave the applicant a little bit of extra time to consider those comments and submit a revised assessment, which they did. There was another objection after that. So I think we got to a stage where it looked likely that we were going to be unable to overcome the Environmental Agency's objection. So that's something to note, and it's been detailed in the committee report. Another important factor is the economic case for prolonging the life of this business here. We've had some feedback from our Economic Development Department who have spoken very highly of the operation. There's just a quote there from them. The role in maintaining a relatively niche but historically important year-round industry in an otherwise seasonal tourism-reliant location should not be underestimated. And in addition to the continuation of employment opportunities for those whose skills experience may not currently align with seasonal vacancies in local hospitality visitor economy business. So the key issues in the planning application is the flood risk. We wouldn't take that lightly. We acknowledge that climate change is increasing flood risk. With this application, we have a site-specific flood risk assessment, which provides an enhanced range of flood protection measures than the existing permission. But we would acknowledge that the Environment Agency objection means it doesn't fully comply with the relevant flood risk policies. We do, however, look at the economic side of things, and the joint local plan and both the Salcombe neighbourhood plan both place a very strong emphasis on the importance of economic development, in particular this industry, which has got a localised importance too. So on balance, we've made the decision to support the application and extend the time frame for another 10 years until 2044. So that's the recommendation. It's favourable to conditional approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Members.
Mr. Smith.
Sorry, Mr. Smith. Moving on from one to another. Yeah, Mr. Smith. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Yes. I don't really understand why we want to extend it to 44. I can see in principle why that's a good idea. But since, you know, it's about flood risk, it's about the fact the Environment Agency is objecting. If I'm reading this correctly, they're objecting to us varying the length of the continued temporary arrangement rather than objecting per se to what's in situ now. And given that the original application was 2013, and certainly flood risk assessments in 2013 are quite dramatically different to flood risk assessments in 2022, I really understand why the Environment Agency would object. But if their objection is just saying, well, you know, that extra 11 years from 33 to 44, I can't see why we just can't, you know, stay as we are to 33, or ask them to stay as they are till 33, because it's us anyway. Because by then I think we'll have far more information about which way we're going in terms of climate chaos or climate mitigation and improvement. And I think it seems to me that's one side. The other thing I would say is surely we have to be completely above board and listen to us to stakeholder comments when we are otherwise, you know, checking ourselves. And I think, you know, we should be really straightforward on this. And so I would struggle to vote against the Environment Agency.
I'll bring in Mr. Weimer here to respond to that question.
Just for clarification, the Environment Agency objected to the original application and it was approved by the council notwithstanding that. So I'm not sure that the position has fundamentally changed from when it was approved before, because it was approved in the light of an Environment Agency objection on the same grounds at that point.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, I'm sort of tending ever so slightly to have some sympathy with the previous councillor. But perhaps I'll phrase it slightly differently. What I don't understand is, or what I'd like some help on, is to understand the weight given to the objection by the Environment Agency. Obviously, we need to balance that against the positive support from the economic side. But what weight is given to the Environment Agency objection? Thank you.
Graham, if you could, Mrs. Smith, if you could come in that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we would acknowledge that it's not strictly in accordance with the flooding policy. But one thing I would point out is the Environment Agency have acknowledged in their objection that in the circumstances it may not be possible to meet their stringent requirements. I think that was something that was a theme in the previous application too, because of the floor levels where it is in relation to it, as with many of the other buildings in the vicinity are within a flood risk area. The other thing that we had was on our mind was that economic development have, whilst it's not of a scale that you would look at a sequential analysis and try and tempt them to an alternative location, economic development have been quite clear in the fact that there are no other available units for this business to go. They had looked at trying to get into the Batstone Creek units, but were unsuccessful doing that. So we would obviously give strength to environment agencies and flooding issues, and we would also say that this proposal, however, it secures an enhanced level of flood protection in terms of the Environment Agency signing up to the Environment Agency's warning systems, some alterations to the building, So we do think that while that objection is serious, we do think that the applicant has also made genuine attempts to try and overcome that. In the circumstances, they haven't ultimately. So,
Councillor Bonham, one more.
So if I understand the point of the answer, perhaps I could just check I do understand it. While the Environment Agency objection is serious, it's balanced by the economic argument in favour, but it's also sort of diminished in the minds of the officers because they've made some changes, and also because the building can't meet the Environment Agency obligation at all, and therefore we seem to have diminished the Environment Agency objection because the building can't meet the need in the first place, which seems a bit strange to me. That's what I heard, so I'm just trying to check that that is what officers are saying.
Any other questions? No other questions? Sorry, Councillor Rake.
Right, Chairman. Thank you. I just want to understand when we're talking about flood risk, I mean, we are talking about a risk that is being incurred, would be being incurred freely of their own volition by the applicant. We're not suggesting that they're creating additional risks for other people except for, at the margins, the users if there were to be an emergency evacuation necessary. Is that correct?
Mr. Weimer?
Or
Mr. Smith?
yes, but we're not saying that this development's going to cause increased flooding. It's a case of the business itself taking appropriate measures to when they get the warning of the flooding, to then take in measures to make sure there's no harm to customers or staff.
Sorry, and so, I mean, this isn't like the case of, say, a volume housing developer building things on a floodplain and then flogging them off to people who might not be aware of that. It's someone going into this with their eyes wide open and taking the mitigation measures that they feel acceptable.
That's correct, yeah.
Councillor Panel.
For Mr. Smith, am I right in thinking that there would almost inevitably be a warning of a particularly high tide or chances of flooding, because I presume the risk of flooding comes from the creek and not from behind in the car park, and that therefore both the staff and any patrons would have good warning and time to evacuate should they need to. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct. The current permission doesn't require them to sign up to the flood warning service, so there's very little mitigation in place. That's why we're saying it's slightly enhanced measures that will be secured under this application and take it through to 2044.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, sorry about this. I've got a different question now, which is to do with what it should be our policy, this council's sort of position with regard to building when there's a flood risk. So obviously we're not building a housing estate, but are we supposed to be looking doubtful on an application that is in contravention or in danger of being flooded because the building is being flooded? Or is it because we're protecting the residents or the employees or what, you know, users, visitors? What are we supposed to be considering in terms of our, you know, planning framework? Thank you.
I'll let Mr. Weimer answer that one. Thank you.
Graham, I'll take this one. If you want to come in afterwards, by all means do so. So generally speaking, the starting point is you shouldn't build in flood zones 2 and 3. That would be the starting point. There is, and if you there are some scenarios where, because of the nature of the site, and I'll use this. So if you've got a harbour office, then you'd expect in a lot of cases that to be sited in in a harbour, because that's where it's, and they are quite often susceptible to flooding. So you then have to go through a number of tests, whether it's exemptions, to see, okay, does it have to be sited there, or is there another alternative place it could be sited? So if you're looking at general housing, it is almost always the case that there will be another alternative site. There was an appeal not that long ago that members would have seen from Dartmouth, where the inspector said, no, you should be looking at a sequential test across the plan area. Is there somewhere else for housing to go? So the starting point is, no, you shouldn't build in flood zones for obvious reasons, but you can do sequential tests, and if you find sequentially testing that building has to go in the flood zone, then you then look at exceptions tests and what do you do to the building to make it as flood resilient as possible. And the Environment Agency have got a hierarchy of uses that may be able to go on in flood zones. So buildings associated with waterborne sports, for argument's sake, you'd normally expect them to be potentially within a flood zone. This one is slightly more complicated because we're not looking at the construction of a new building. I think if this was in front of us today as a new building, I would question whether it would get approval given it's within the flood zone. But we're not looking at that. We're looking at a building that's already there. It's got consent to be there for another 9 years, and it's looking to be extended another 10 years, 11 years beyond that. It's going from 33 to 44, so another 11 years. So yes, you're right. Our policy would normally be look elsewhere, don't look in flood zone, with the exceptions of certain uses will need to go in flood zones. But I think this is slightly different because the building's already there and that use is already there. Does that help?
Mr. Smith, would you want to add anything to that?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. It just seems to me, and I suppose I'm asking really, the fallback. Am I correct in saying that the fallback position is what they've already got? They don't actually have to have anything. They're not. You know, they've got till 33, so they don't actually have. They're currently sitting on within a valid within a valid situation. Yep. It's just because they want the extension of time. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor, yes. I think they just want the longer time period in order to plan as a business over the longer term.
Okay, but I mean, given the uncertainties, given their location, I would imagine that have they thought about it possibly being rather premature to ask?
Councillor Hodgson, we do have the applicant here who can answer those types of questions. So I think that's more appropriate for him than us. Thank you. Any other questions of the officer? If not, I'll move on. We do not have any objectors, but we do have support of the applicant, Nicholas Horn, if you'd like to come up for your 3 minutes. And once you've settled in, we'll start the clock, so to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, and thank you very much to you and the committee for allowing me to speak to you this afternoon. And I'll be very happy to address Councillor Hodgson's concerns afterwards if you would like me to. My wife Nikki and I purchased the lease for the Crab Shed restaurant, and the lease with the council runs until 2044, hence our request to try and bring the FRA in line with the actual lease itself, and that lease is with South Hams District Council. So we purchased this in Salcombe in December 2019, just prior to COVID, with all its devastating consequences on both people and small businesses. Like many hospitality businesses, COVID has severely negatively impacted the profitability on our business, which is being made even worse by the war in Ukraine and now the general economic downturn. We employ upwards of 20 staff during the height of the season, including in our crab processing unit, which sits alongside the restaurant, which you can see on the photograph up there, on the Fish Quay in Salcombe. Each morning we purchase 200 kilograms of crab directly off the fishermen themselves, which goes straight into the unit for cooking and hand picking. This crab is then sold in our restaurant in a number of various dishes. As per the terms of our lease with South Hams District Council, the Crab Shed restaurant has to be supplied with crab from our own processing unit, thereby making the one side of the business critical to the other. The processing unit employs a further 4 people who are reliant on us for their livelihoods, as are the 20 in the restaurant. In addition to this, one needs to consider, please, the livelihoods of all the fishermen who sell us their crab. The variation which we have requested would enable us to continue to trade and guarantee the future of the business for a further 11 years until the renewal of the lease in 2044. We feel that we have done our utmost to fulfil the requirements of the Environment Agency, but that the cost of the extra work required is disproportionate to the size of our application. We therefore request that you please consider this in your decision-making process today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Any questions, Mr. Horn? Councillor Hodgson.
I would just say thank you. You've answered my question in what you've said.
Councillor Rake.
In your mind, is this extension tied in with the application that we heard at the last? I mean, is the construction of the food processing unit that came before us at our last meeting sort of, in your mind, conditional on getting the certainty that the extension to 44 would bring?
The two are inextricably linked, obviously, and from a business owner's point of view, we need to have the confidence that we have the length of time in order to put that investment into the business. And the crab food preparation unit, which we've just granted permission for, obviously there is a £50,000 investment to go into that, and it's the knowledge that that's not suddenly going to the rug isn't going to be pulled from us in 9 years' time, and already 5 years has gone since we purchased the place, and it goes so fast. So it's our livelihoods and everybody else connected with us, including the fishermen.
Thank you. I probably should have said I had 2 questions at the beginning. And so the other building, the crab processing unit, is that time limited by anything other than your lease with South Hams?
It's a bit more complicated. The Salcombe Fishermen Stores Limited Group, which is a friendly society of fishermen, includes us in its number, and that is a separate lease with South Hams District Council, which is renewed every 7 years.
Can we stop, please?
Oh.
Apologies, we need to stop because the councillor's just walked out of the room.
She's just gone to the loo, so we just have to make sure she is. We think.
But if just for clarification, if we didn't stop and we continued, then Councillor Callanan wouldn't be able to vote. Wouldn't be able to vote because she wouldn't have heard all the debate. That's why it's easier to stop it now than.
Oh, well done. Well done.
Could you ask that question again, please, Councillor Rake?
Yeah, I'll try and phrase it slightly more coherently this time, which is that the crab processing unit you mentioned, is that time limited and well, by anything other than the lease that you have on the restaurant itself?
The crab processing unit is on a lease, 7-year lease with South Hams District Council, but through the Salcombe Fishermen Stores Limited overall lease. and we're an integral part of that. There are 10 small little businesses, and we're one of them. The rest of the other 9 are all fishermen.
Thank you.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for your presentation. I think I probably heard part of this answer to this question, but forgive me, I just want to check again. What is the compelling reason for you as a business to need to have this application now rather than wait, say, 5 or 6 years? Because I think what I wonder is the environmental conditions, the floods and the sea tide may be different in that period, so maybe more appropriate to wait, but obviously you've got a reason for coming here now. Could you just make us really clear on that, please?
It is the reassurance required as a business owner putting the investment into the property, which we're very happy to do, but a 9-year lease, although the lease actually runs to 2044, it's this flood risk assessment that has to be done in 2033, which effectively could finish us off, could stop us from doing this, which is in only 9 years' time. And that's the element. It's coming up with the investment to put into the business to keep it going, and obviously the assurance for everybody who works for us in terms of knowing that their livelihood is guaranteed for another 10 years beyond it, or 11 years beyond it, which is what is so critical. And a 20-year lease at the end of the day is standard practice and is not a particularly long lease. So for it to only be 9 years, that is our issue. If we're then going to, which we do want to put investment into it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councillor Rake.
Sorry, with your forbearance, Chair. Just so you've been there since 2019. Have you experienced any significant high water events, and what have the consequences of those been?
Anybody who lives or works very close to the water understands and knows how the water can fluctuate, whether it be tide, whether it be bad weather, or a combination of the two. And although I hoisted in the point that was made earlier about the fact that the FRA, when it was carried out in 2013, was different from what it was in 2022, overall, in actual fact, the difference isn't extreme. But the flood defences that one can put in place, which we are fully prepared to do, will take us well above any anticipated increase in potential water levels, even after 2033. So that is not a concern. And if it was a concern, I wouldn't be looking to put £50,000 into our food preparation unit, which we're hoping to do in the next month or two.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I got a quick one. Yeah, thank you very much. Now you're going to spend some money on this property, obviously, so you want a longer lease. Would that include anything about doing any flood prevention on this, or have you got in place any emergency things that you would do?
We already have ideas on what is required, and we put those into our flood risk assessment in terms of barriers and raising the electrical appliances within the building and so forth. So we've already thought that through, and I've done 2 now of these FRAs. So we've looked at what we can do, but the last requirement which they put to us, which included a whole series of complex wave analysis surveys, are just got out of proportion. And that itself was going to cost us about £25,000 just to do this wave analysis survey. I just thought, well, where does this stop?
Thank you. Councillor Hodgson.
I'm just wondering, in terms of a kind of a midway forward to support you, it seems that, I do think it's important that we take heed of the Environment Agency's concerns, because it's not just about what we sit and do in this room, it's actually about you and your staff and the people that might be buying a crab at your counter when the big wave hits or something. I just wonder if we can put a condition on it, within, say, 5 years there might be a further assessment, just to see if there's any further mitigation. Because one thing that's happening at the moment is a lot of new developments coming forward to really support what's happening with problematic weather and the impacts on on buildings. And I just wonder if there was some condition that made that kind of something that would perhaps be looked at, maybe even at the end of the current seat in 2033, to make sure that we're not just giving a blanket, yeah, that's fine, and actually just being sort of like putting somebody or their business or the people they're serving at risk. And maybe we could put a condition in that they would actually review their current mitigation in, say, I don't know, 5-10 years time, just to put that kind of cautionary sort of step in there. I don't know if that's appropriate or not, but it just feel that it seems to kind of, we're throwing the door wide open a little bit at the moment on this. If we were to approve it, that's what I'm concerned about.
Councillor Hodgson, I can understand where you're coming from. I think this is passing my sort of own personal view, this is a business that will be operating as a business. They'll be looking at due regard in this. It was approved previously, the building and the operation exists. There are additional measures going to be in place about flood risk, and I think any business in this area who operates is quite, well aware of potential flood risks, and I think as any business would be reviewing, because they will want to continue their business, they'll want to continue safety. So I think I would be very surprised if any business operating in an area like this is not constantly reviewing matters and operations, because they'd want to continue that going forward. I think it's a fair comment, but I don't know that it would be an appropriate condition to put in. I'll take Mr. Weimer's view here.
I think I absolutely understand where you're coming from. I think it's a difficult one, because you'd only put a condition. Sorry, I'm going to state the very obvious here. You'd only put a condition on an approval. So I'm assuming that approval would be, yes, we'll vary the condition to allow them to go to 2044. So what does that review mechanism condition provide? Because the consent would run through to 44. Are we saying that you have to do a review mechanism and then whatever comes out of that, you have to do X, Y, Z? Or is it you have to review, but you consent's there anyway? So I don't know what enforcement measures we would have to ensure that anything that came out would be implemented because they've got the consent to 44.
Yeah, because we don't do any monitoring anyway, do we? With wildlife and things like that either, to be honest. Of any of the decisions that we take, it's like once we've given the permission, that's it, isn't it?
No, that's not. I wouldn't necessarily agree entirely with that, because you can impose conditions for works to happen, but to my mind, this condition will be a little bit too open-ended. So we don't know what we're trying to impose on the applicant. Now, I think I would be more comfortable with a condition that asks for the operator to provide us with a management plan to show what set out steps that they will implement what's shown in the FRA at the moment, and how ongoing potential for flood risk will be managed. And that almost certainly could involve some sort of review, but I think a condition specifically on a review itself, I think it's a little bit too prescriptive. But I think a management plan setting out, okay, this is what you said you're going to do. Okay, we'll do that, and we can double check that. And then I suspect, I think Councillor Long's right. Any business operating in that location really ought to be reviewing from just a staff health and safety perspective. Has something changed around flooding and the health and safety that potentially has on customers and the business? Because I could almost guarantee that if, and I'm absolutely not suggesting this would happen, but if there was a flood event and there's a customer stuck in there, someone's going to come knocking on the door saying, "Where's your up-to-date risk assessment on that this could happen?" So I think that's probably the way to deal with it, through a condition on that basis.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Hodgson?
Thank you. Yeah, that's really helpful.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Hall. Appreciate it. Oh,
Can I ask a question of the officer?
yes, sir.
Thank you. Obviously, from the aerial view, you can see there's quite a number of buildings there. I guess one of them is our new harbour building, but I can't. It's not that I can't see it.
It's under the section that says Creek Car Park.
The word creek.
Oh, right. But do the same circumstances apply to many of those other buildings there? Are they in the same sort of state of readiness for flood as this one is? Or have they been super equipped to deal with flood?
They take measures, there are measures in place. The new harbour workshop responded to measures required by the Environment Agency because it was a new build to respond to flood. There are certain aspects of that operation which, should it get high enough, will flood, but they're sort of, if like non-operational. Everything is cleared, everything's off the floor. There's, those measures are there. So yes, a lot of operations in that area, and you could even say, if you look on the lower part of the operations, there are other areas within Salcombe which flood, can I say, more frequently, or have the potential for flooding more frequently than even that area. It's just by the nature of Salcombe. Right, we do not have any comments from Salcombe Town Council. As a ward member, I don't intend to speak formally on this, but I may during the debate, but I've already said some comments there which reflect what the officer has said. So at this point, I think we'll move on to debate on this if there are any comments to be made. Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I think I fully take on Councillor Hodgson's point that we need to take the Environment Agency seriously, and I think I would give it more weight. Mr. Horn could go into a casino tomorrow and put £50,000 on black, and we would have nothing to say about it. It seems that all the risk is being borne by this business, and if they want to take that on, they're not, I mean, as I say, at the margins with risks to employees and punters, patrons rather, sorry, but with the mitigation. Sorry. Yes, but with the mitigations of signing up to the alert system, I'm sufficiently convinced. I don't want to forestall or prevent debate, but I'm sufficiently convinced to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Councillor Ray. Councillor Panel.
Yes, I'll second that. This is clearly a business that almost inevitably requires a waterside location. And that being the nature of things, any business on the quayside there or anywhere close to the water is going to be at risk of flooding and probably at increased risk of flooding in years to come. I think the sensible thing is to take mitigation measures to make sure that the property is protected and, more importantly, that human life is protected. And I think if those measures are taken, I have no problem with extending this permission, so I would second that.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. Councillor Taylor.
Yes, thank you very much. I would support this application all the way, to be honest, because if you're in business, you want some security on the future. You're not going to spend loads of money and then see it washed in the river, pardon the pun. And I'm quite happy that the applicant is going to put in place something to protect his own property or his internal fittings. And I would do exactly the same, but you need some, before you spend loads of money, you need some security. So I will support this application.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I agree with what's been said. I won't repeat the points made. I just want to ask if the management plan that Mr. Weimer mentioned is to be included in the proposal formally. Thank you.
That is down to ourselves as the committee to require that condition.
But my suggestion then is that, is it not up to the person making the proposal to make it clear if the management plan, or do we do it at the end?
It is up to the proposer and seconder if they wish, but it doesn't stop other members bringing in, conditions.
Can I propose it then?
You may, yes.
I'm proposing it.
I think we did have a recommendation of a condition which basically looks at the risk of the business and reviews this to ensure that additional measures are taken or considered and reviewed during the life of this application.
Can I? Through you, Chairman.
Thank you.
On the condition 6 of the officer report sets out the flood mitigation measures as detailed in the flood risk assessment submitted in support of this application shall be implemented in full within 6 months of the permission hereby being granted, unless otherwise agreed. My understanding of the current proposal and seconder was that it was that the councillors Rake and panel were talking about those flood mitigation measures in condition 6, and at the moment I don't believe the proposal sets out an additional conditions. I think Councillor Rake suggested that he was comfortable. That's probably not the word. It's probably something to do with gambling, but was comfortable with the wording of condition 6. So that's, as I see it, that's where we are at the moment on the table.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, my proposal was that the application be approved as it stands and in line with the officer's recommendation. I take Mr. Weimer's points that an open-ended requirement to review in any way would not necessarily be helpful over and above what any reasonable business would do in order to ensure its own longevity. So, to Councillor Bonham proposed it, but we're not quite sure what it is. I'm as the proposer of the original motion, I would be unwilling to just give write a blank check as to any further conditions. Perhaps the way round, I don't know what the way, but to be clear, I was proposing that we approve it as it stands.
Thank you. Councillor Rake, as the proposer, you've indicated that, so we will go with that. We have a condition in there that discusses the risk management plan, and I think that should be appropriate because obviously a business will be looking at that constantly, we hope. Certainly I believe they would be. As we have cleared that, you're happy with all of that. We have a proposer and seconder to for conditional approval as per the officer's recommendation. Can I have a show of hands, all those in favour? Thank you, members. That is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Appreciate your time, and Mr. Horn. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 6D, which is case number 385523 CLP, the skate park at Totnes, and the case officer is Ms. Stewart, who will be setting up and coming in shortly.
Councillor Long, can I just, for the benefit of anybody that hasn't only come in this afternoon and is listening in, just reiterate my expression of interest. I have a personal interest in this because I've been involved in the group bringing this forward for the last 15 years or whatever it is.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. That will be noted again. I accept the point you need to say it for those who are coming into view, necessarily online as well.
Well, now?
No, those who are coming in, by reiterating that, those who wouldn't have seen it and heard it this morning. Thank you.
that's what I found.
Mr. Fairburn, you have a response?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear that, but the point I was going to raise was about Councillor Hodgson. Can I just confirm that her participation has been as an observer or rather than an active participant, and can she assure me that she has an open mind and is prepared to listen to all the arguments that are going to be put forward before making a decision?
Absolutely have an open mind. As a county councillor, I did actually. We seem to have a lot of feedback coming from somewhere. It's coming through Claire's. Hang on, hang on, David.
Technical glitch.
Kick it.
Yeah, but that's the chairman's one. That's a special one.
A special one.
To take control.
Yeah, he can shout us down any time. Yeah, so I've just my involvement as a county councillor since I became county councillor in 2017. Although I started when I started as a town councillor in 2009. It was ongoing, so I just got used to go along to meetings. But is that I approved a application for funding from my locality budget, which was used to purchase a bench, which is a solar PV bench, which will allow for various devices to be charged while people sit and watch others on the skate park. That bench was purchased because the money had to be used. It was a capital grant, and it's sitting as a bench, sitting in Borough Park somewhere at the moment, and will eventually be part of the skate park. But I don't think that means that I've got a big favour on where it should be, because actually the location of this skate park has gone from A to B and back to A again. In the last few years. This is why it's dragged on for so long. So yes, I have a very open mind, and I was one of the people that, despite the interest I have in this and for the benefit of young people, is that I was one of the people that led on objecting to it when it was coming here before, because of the need to cut down a load of trees because the effect on the root ball and supporting the residents in that. So yeah, so it's been very much kind of a active participant, but not in any decision making. So it's just been going along and making sure that consultation was done correctly, and the group that I chair has been involved in the public consultation. So it's that side of it. That's all I'd like to see a skate park, but the right one in the right place.
Yeah, that's understood, and I appreciate. I was only coming at it from the predetermination sort of angle. So thank you very much.
Fine.
Thanks for the explanation.
Thank you. We'll now move on. Ms. Stewart, you're ready? Yes, thank you. If you can start your presentation, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Application for a lawful development certificate at the skate park at Totnes, application 385523 CLP. Application site outlined in red on screen. For those of you not so familiar, Borough Park is quite close to the centre of Totnes, near the train station. I'll just bring my cursor up to point things out for. There we go. Yeah, so the train station there, so you can see the railway line there. It will come up in the next photo, but you've got existing tennis court facility, existing skate park facility in here, and then the pavilion building is off in this direction. So yeah, aerial photograph you can just about see, and it's marked on Google Maps, existing skate park facility and the tennis course next door, sat within a wider recreation space. This is the site location plan that's been submitted with the application. For clarity, as set out in the office report, this is an application for a lawful development certificate, essentially to replace the existing skate park facility with a new skate park facility. The council benefits from permitted development rights to undertake certain works without the benefit of needing planning permission, but the lawful development certificate process is the way to confirm that legally. The adopted policies of the joint local plan are not material to the consideration of this application. Just as a reference point, because we had it on file, this is a plan of the existing skate park facility. that we had on file. So you can see existing skate ramps next to the tennis courts. And some photographs for context. This is the existing skate park facility, and you can see there are a number of trees in the surrounding vicinity. Another photo just to show what the skate park looks like at the moment. And you can just about see sort of other buildings across the recreation ground in the background. Note that tree there because that is shown on the layout plan just for information. And as I said, the consideration is purely, is this permitted development under the terms of the Town and Country Planning Permitted Development Order? So the limitations for consideration, they are limited considerations. The key points are that no development under this part of the order can exceed 4 metres in height or 200 cubic metres in capacity. So this is the layout plan that's been provided, which is showing for information the root protection areas of the trees, to show that they would be not interfered with and the trees could be retained, and a new skate park facility provided in here, slightly bigger than the one that's there at the moment, but providing a better facility. And then just in plan in the sections, just to show the detail of the skate ramps. This plan has been created to calculate the cubic volume, which, as is shown, would not exceed the 200 cubic metre capacity. And this plan was submitted with the application. It's quite useful to show what the facility would actually look like. So just to sum up briefly, all that members are being asked to consider is whether or not the proposal constitutes permitted development, nothing else. The policies, the joint local plan, are not material to the determination of this type of application. Based on the information submitted, officers are satisfied that the proposal does constitute permitted development and a lawful development certificate can be issued on this basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Any questions? Councillor Powell.
Just a sort of technical question. It looks as if the plan cuts across what is an existing, I think, tarmac footpath there. Are people going to be able to access an alternative path along the side of the tennis courts to link up with the path that runs along by the trees to get to the clubhouse?
Do you want me to answer that? It runs around the back, so you can see with the well, there's this side, but actually there it goes. It goes all the way along the back of it, so you can go into the clubhouse just beyond the tennis courts.
So I know the path quite well. No, it's but at the moment you can come the other side of the tennis courts on the park side and cut across the clubhouse. If that's being blocked, can you walk along the side of the tennis courts to link up with that path to get to the clubhouse for people coming off the field?
I think you can, but with the greatest respect, councillor, that wouldn't be relevant to this application because we're not looking at a planning application.
I did have a feeling that might be the case, but it's something I'd like to be considered by anybody who's taking this forward.
That's ourselves as the district council. Councillor Callahan.
Thank you. I am still here, you'll be pleased to know. But water, I shouldn't have eaten the crisps. That was the issue at lunchtime. Crisps, frog in the throat and all that. Yeah, with the Kingsbridge Skate Park a while ago, you may recall, there was issue over trees and which trees should be retained and which shouldn't be and all the rest of it. So assuming there's nothing, I can't see anything about trees here. Some time ago when this came up, a while ago, there was controversy over mature trees being cut down, but I don't know if that was a different scheme or I'm just interested to know what happened with that and whether that's a factor at all here, but it's not mentioned, so I'm assuming it's not.
Ms. Stewart?
I was just going to say it's not really material to the determination of the lawful development certificate application. But I don't know if Councillor Long
I
wants
think
to
though,
add
if
anything.
you clarify it, trees are not impacted by the current proposal. If you look at the plans, it doesn't affect the trees to either side of them, and they doesn't impact. If you look, it doesn't impact the root protection areas either of the current trees. So I can understand the raising the point, but it doesn't impact the current any trees in that site by the development.
I think you can see actually that there's a hard surface area between the skate park and the tennis court adjacent, so I think that answers Councillor Panel's question. But though it's not very obvious because you haven't got the old footprint on that, this whole unit is moved slightly away. So it actually, because that was the issue in the past, you're quite right, Councillor Callan. Those trees on the left there were going to be challenged because of the root ball, so they would have been lost. But it's been moved to accommodate that. So that, yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that. Are there any other questions of Ms. Stewart's presentation? Councillor Bonham.
Well, just a question of context, really, to understand why is the outline in red on the other picture such a strange shape? I mean, what is that? What is that? It's what? Oh, it's to look like it's an egg. Thank you, Councillor Rick. Is that relevant?
The technical reason is that any planning application or anything like this has to show an entrance and cover an entrance, and that is the entrance. If you look at most planning applications, they will take to a road or a public area.
It's on an ordinary planning application, the red line has to go to the ditch, has to show the access point to the nearest public highway. Technically speaking, on a lawful development certificate application, the red line doesn't actually have to go to the highway. That's not a requirement. But because it ordinarily is, when this plan was drawn up, as I understand it, they just chose to show where the access to the highway is.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Rake.
Yeah, this came up with the Kingsbridge one as well, is that the 200 metres, cubic metres limit is of what? And I mean, does digging a hole actually give you a bit of a credit because you've, I mean, it's, it just seems like a very, I mean, I know we can't do anything about it, but it seems like a very bizarre measurement because, and so, I don't know, but especially because this is right on the borderline. We're only 9 cubic metres off.
So the rules essentially are set by central government. They're the ones who actually write the permissive development order. I think essentially it limits the amount of development that can, the amount of physical development that can be done under this permitted development entitlement. It is the amount of the development. I mean, as is shown on this plan, they've sort of used a model to measure it, and it's come up with just shy, but obviously deliberately so because they know what the limitation is, and they've tried to fit within it.
Thank you. Any other questions, Ms. Stewart? If not, we'll move on. We do not have an objector or supporter, but we have Councillor Bennett from Totnes Town Council. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Bennett. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I'll keep it very brief. There's not a lot to say on this really, but the project has been much campaigned for, long awaited and widely supported. Its completion would enhance Borough Park's role as Totnes' sports and recreation area, and in particular for our often overlooked younger parishioners. The Totnes Town Council supports the redevelopment of the skate park, and our position is to support the outcome of the public consultation on the placement of the skate park. And I'd just like to add, in my personal opinion, I think the plans are really robust and well considered, and that the designer contractor has a strong, proven track record of building exemplary skate parks, including in our local area.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. If everybody else was that concise.
Sorry, I was nerves.
Thank you. No, appreciate that, and what you said. Any questions of Councillor Bennett? If not, Thank you. So no questions. Thank you. We'll now move into the debate on this. Sorry, apologies. Yes, Councillor Allen was down to speak.
It's not a question of whether or not we should have a skate park or any planning permission. It's about permitted development. So I'm happy not to speak to this unless anybody would like to ask me any questions.
Thank you.
Don't ask me about crystals. Obsessive. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor
Are there
Allen.
any questions?
If we can move on to the debate on this, if anybody wishes to commence this. Councillor Allen.
Yes, I'd just like to say that I'm delighted to see this coming through from a personal point of view. As Councillor Hodgson has said, it's been a long time coming. I mean, one of the original campaigners for this has now got a baby skater of his own. It's taken that long. I'd also like to say that it's a very well worked out scheme because, as Councillor O'Callaghan said before, we had all sorts of issues with trees before. There was going to be necessity to cut some of the trees down. There was complaints about that. It was moved over to fusion over sort of concerns about security. This has now taken those into account and has been brought out more into Borough Park itself, so it's not so hidden by the trees. It looks like a fantastic skate park. I don't know anything about skate parks, but it looks great. And everybody else seems to be delighted by this. So I think it would be a fantastic thing for the council to support this and to see it go through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. I will, Councillor Bonham, I'll come to you. I'll just pass a comment. I agree with you, Councillor Allen, and I think what I would say is that a former councillor and colleague of mine, Joe Sweet, will obviously be pleased to see this, having been involved in this over the sort of last term and years before. I think everybody, assumes that and sees this as a long time coming, and I think, as you said, it's an excellent design, and I know will be well used in the area.
Yes, I'd also like to thank Councillor Sweet, or Joe Sweet as she is now, for all her perseverance and work on it. Thank you.
Councillor Bonham.
Well, thank you, Chair. I just think I don't see any reason not to proceed, so I want to move that we support the officer's recommendation.
If any other questions, comments? If not, we have a proposer and seconder to go with the officer's recommendation. Can I have a show of hands for approval, please? Thank you, that's unanimous. Thank you, members. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. We'll now move on to agenda item 7, planning appeals update.
Yep.
I should have said thank you, Ms. Stewart, for that presentation.
Okay. I have a number of appeal decisions to bring to your attention today. 10, I believe, some of which are so hope you're sitting comfortably. The first one is an interesting one, and there's a bit of a learning curve for all of us. So the first decision is 3472 of 22, which is Trehill Cross at Modbury. Effectively, the inspector said, I can't determine this appeal because it's not a valid application. Because there are elements that are being relied on that are outside of the red sight line. We've looked into this, and the case officer advised me that the only thing that was outside of the red line was landscaping and landscape works. but that was in the blue land, so it was within land within their control. Now, rightly or perhaps wrongly, I've always been under the understanding that you can have conditions that relate to landscaping works or works that aren't operational development, because operational development needs planning permission, has to be in the red line. If it isn't operational development, things like keeping a sight line no more than a metre high in a verge, or planting some trees or landscape out. I was under the impression that could have been on the blue land. Clearly, that was wrong. If the inspector is correct, we've got a meeting set up with the applicant to work out a way forward. David, I don't know if you want to come in on that point, because it's quite a legal, technical point.
It is, and it's one that I think I need to probably consider in a bit more depth, because certainly there's no problem about imposing conditions on other land in the ownership of the applicant. So there's a basis for Mr. Weimer's belief, and I think I have some sympathy with that. But we'll do a bit more digging around and see if there's any legal basis that would suggest otherwise from what the inspectors concluded. But yes, it's an interesting decision.
Thank you. We then get a succession of successful appeals from our perspective, as in they were dismissed. So the first one is the bottom of the page, which is the one at Abbott and Gifford, householder application for demolition of a side extension and replacement with a new side extension. The inspector identified the main issue as being the effect of the proposal on the character and appearance of the area with regards to, and this is going to take me a long time to get used to, regard to the South Devon National Landscape, not the AONB, because they've been renamed, but it's going to, I can assure you that I'll be apologising for calling areas AONBs for some time to come, because they've been like that since I've been in planning. I think there are two key paragraphs here in the inspector's decision. Whilst the proposal would use a hipped roof form and there appears to be an attempt at subservience by keeping the ridgeline low, there would be a lack of design coherence to the original roof in regard to shape and depth. This disproportionality would create a distinct separation between the elements of the building and contribute to a lack of harmony between the original house and the extension. And then goes on to say, despite the fact that the ground floor area of the extension would be less than that of the original house, the extension would appear almost as wide. The setbacks on front and rear would only be slightly shallower given the first floor overhang. The mass and scale of the proposal would elongate the original house on the horizontal plane and exacerbate the disproportionality of roof form. So fundamentally, by those reasons, they considered it would have harm to and erode the special qualities of the South Devon National Landscape. Given it's in Councillor Bonham's ward, I'll quite happily pause if you've got any comments. I think it was a good decision, personally. The next one is the slipway at Warfleet at Dartmouth, and this was erection of a dwelling in the garden. Again, it's in the AONB. This is quite interesting because the inspector's clearly got my. It does refer to an AONB at least once, but it does clear himself by saying AONB should now be referred to as National Landscape. So I think someone just got slipped in. Main issues: whether it's a suitable site for housing, the effect on the national landscape, the effect on listed buildings, effect on highway network, whether living conditions, effect on neighbours effectively, and carbon emissions. this is quite a lengthy decision, so I'm not going to go through all of it. There's just a few key points to put out. In terms of the principle, that whether it's a suitable location, the inspector sets out that the appellant asserts the appeal site should have been included within land they describe as local plan developable area. However, it is located outside any defined settlement boundary and is therefore within the countryside. I think that was probably the first nail in the coffin of this appeal. It is also claimed that the scheme merely sought to reinstate a derelict house in a different position within the garden. I have, however, been provided with no evidence of such a lawful use, and that the described derelict house had not been abandoned. In any case, the proposal is not in the same location. There is no dispute between the main parties that none of the aforementioned exceptional circumstances apply. Consequently, there will be conflict with the local plan housing strategy and not a suitable location. In terms of character and appearance, the proposal was modern design, reflective of other buildings found within the more distant, wider area. However, properties nearby tend to make use of greater proportions of render and slate roof without the inclusion of such heavily dominated fenestration detail as found in the appeal proposal. Given the excessive proposed glazing, it's unacceptable. It's just a shame that this. I'll say it's just a shame this inspector didn't deal with a couple of the Saltham decisions, yes. but they did. It is the same inspector as some of the Saltham decisions, so I shouldn't wish for that. So fundamentally, it wasn't in a suitable location, and the design caused harm to the area. They also felt that they would harmfully affect the setting of a listed building, but it didn't agree that it would have a harmful effect or conflict with Dev 32, because they did provide some solar panels and air source heat pump. One Allens Road, Ivy Bridge, building a gym in the back garden. There were two issues: character and appearance of the area and living conditions of the neighbours. Character and appearance, the inspector said, you really can't see this, and if you can, it's glimpse views and it wouldn't be a problem, but it would have an adverse impact on the living conditions of number 3 Allens Road, so it was refused on the basis of an adverse impact on neighbours.
The one before that? Sorry? Yes. Mayor's Avenue, the one above the Ivy Bridge one.
Yes. I have completely missed that out myself.
We're all human, even you, Pat, sometimes.
I'm going to have to come back to you.
I can do that one.
Oh, of course. This is where Claire should be congratulated for winning the public inquiry?
Informal hearing.
Yeah.
Although it was quite inquiry-esque for a hearing. It became apparent before the date of the hearing that the appellant had appointed proper legal representation, so we decided to do the same. So the main issue, really, there was a design reason for refusal which the inspector didn't agree with, but the fundamental issue was around flood risk in the sequential test, because the site is located within flood zones 2 and 3. And I don't think, as far as I'm aware, we haven't had an appeal decision that considered that specific issue since the joint local plan was adopted. And one of the main issues was, with the sequential test, you have to consider whether or not there would be any sequentially preferable sites outside of the flood zone to accommodate your development. And the area of search that you're looking at was sort of one of the main issues that was being considered. The appellant's argument was that because they were proposing a flatted development within walking distance of Dartmouth town centre, they could only really consider other sites that would be suitable for a flatted development within walking distance of Dartmouth town centre, and essentially they didn't find any. Sort of not surprisingly, but the inspector took a different view, which is more akin to what we were saying, is that actually the area of search for the purposes of the sequential test is the whole of the TTV policy area, within which there are lots of sequentially preferable sites. for housing development. So that was the crux of it, really, without sort of going through all the details. But is that enough?
Thank you. So actually, it does clarify the scope of sequential testing that was, as Claire says, hasn't been really set out in Inspector since joint local plan. So actually, it was a really good decision for us. So the next one is 60 Church Street, Kingsbridge. Given that the works,
I'm sorry, Pat,
have I missed one again?
looking at the previous one, I missed what you said about Ivy Bridge.
Well, okay. Okay. Ivy Bridge was the construction of a gym in the back garden. Officers refused it on 2 points, one being visual impact and secondly impact on neighbours. The inspector said, no, I don't agree with the visual impact, but it absolutely has an adverse impact on the neighbour at number 3, and dismissed it on that basis. Okay. I'm not going to dwell on this one. When you consider that the application was listed building consent to replace existing softwood timber windows with new timber effect UPVC windows, there's no support. I don't think there'll be a surprise to anybody that that appeal was dismissed, unless members want me to go into more detail. But the inspector said no, inappropriate materials in heritage. Another one at Atherton Gifford, like buses. This is probably, if of all the decisions on here, this is probably one of the ones I'd suggest members do take the time to read. It's demolition of existing care home and replacement with six dwellings at South Everett House. It is quite a lengthy decision because there are lots of issues to go through, and I think the decision is actually well worded, and I think you can see the logic of it, although there's a couple of points I will draw out. So the main issues were whether it was an appropriate site for the development in relation to its effect on the South Devon National Landscape and Undeveloped Coast and access to services. So is it a sustainable location, and does it cause harm to the landscape? Its appropriateness in terms of flood risk, the effect of the development on bats, whether the development would provide an appropriate mix of dwellings, the effect on the economy. I'll just pull out some things the inspector said on each of those, but I'll be brief. As far as character and appearance, the inspector said that the site forms part of a sparse scatter of development towards the bottom of a valley slope south of the River Avon. It is not isolated in that sense, that it shares a loose relationship with the larger cluster development. The site is nonetheless exposed in its immediate open valley setting. So I think that was the starting point in terms of development there would have an adverse impact. And then there's about 2 pages setting out in detail why they considered there was an adverse visual impact on the national landscape, and that the economic benefits generated during the construction occupation phases would be small and not significant enough to outweigh the harm caused. And because of that, the development would not therefore be in the public interest because the harm outweighed the benefits. In terms of access to services, it was trying to find the paragraph, it was a bizarre sentence. Atherton Gifford does not host all the services and amenities likely to be required to support day-to-day existence of future occupants, though travel elsewhere might therefore be required. The same would be applicable to occupants of developments within the settlement boundary, and distances and environmental effects will be the same. The environmental impacts arising from
travel to and from the site to access services and amenities would not therefore be unacceptable, despite its location outside the settlement boundary. And it also says that bus stops are located at Bridgend, correct, and Abergifford could be reached within 2 to 3 minutes by cycle. My recollection of that, you come out of there, then it's up. I wouldn't have said that was necessarily a great cycle route for anything but quite proficient. Well, electric bikes potentially, but it's okay. I just thought it was a little bit but the rest of it was the inspector concluded that the appellant's failure to demonstrate the appropriateness in respect of flood risk counted against. I conclude the appellant has failed to fully demonstrate that the development will mitigate its adverse effect on bats, and would fail to provide an appropriate mix of housing. So I think it pretty much got the book thrown at it on all parts, but it's a very well worded decision. If members would like to,
can I just reiterate what Pat said? I think it is well worth reading that and looking and considering, the policy determination and the comments that have been made by the inspector. It's a fairly lengthy, but it's a good decision in so many areas.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Pat if that maybe the same decision if they want to replace what's already there, because it's a tumbled down old wreck at the moment. It's just the size of the thing, really, isn't it? They've come in with all these houses.
Yes, I think that size and location. I think they're still going to struggle with the location being an unsustainable location. Yeah,
even if the property's already there, that's the care home.
But that's been empty for a while, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's rotted windows and everything else.
We then come onto the 4 decisions in the Salcombe patch. The first one is Rendock. Is that where committee went? For members might remember it. It was a house with a small flat underneath it, and there was. Remember, was there a swimming pool? A swimming pool in the back garden. And I think the committee's view was that it would have an adverse impact on the character. Predominantly, it was an adverse impact on the character and appearance of the area. Was the key issue. The inspector's been there, has considered it, and doesn't consider that it would have an adverse impact on the setting. And there's
the light. Is that the one where the light downstairs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But he's the inspector. But that is the same inspector who waxed lyrical about how unacceptable the Dartmouth one was. So I think we've had a few household or small scale refusal appeals allowed in Salcombe now, and there's some other householders. I think if I can get chance, I'm going to try and pull something together to bring to the next meeting that there's time to do it. So depending on the agenda, so I can just put some images up on this is what was submitted, this was what was allowed, because I think we as officers we need to take a step back and say, well, actually, are we being too harsh on some of these, or is it just differences of opinion with inspectors? This wasn't an area of modern buildings. No. But we seem to be. I don't know. There seems to be a little bit of a trend towards more household appeals being allowed than perhaps had been in the past. So it's a trend we need to look at.
Councillor Hodgson.
Is it anything to do with our JLP, sort of like because we've obviously got areas marked, sort of with sort of some dialogue, and I just wonder if maybe that's where we need to look at whether we're sort of framing things well, because because that would be the tightening opportunity, wouldn't it, to actually mean that if we've got an idea of what we're trying to achieve, maybe we're not reflecting it strongly enough in the JLP. Maybe for the review, it might be worth thinking about what you're saying.
Possibly, but I think most of the ones we're losing, we're looking at it going. It's more around the design. Is this acceptable within the street scene?
That's what I'm saying. Maybe we're not defining that strongly enough.
Or I think, you know, from my point of view, it's a case of, yes, we'll review them. We look at them every appeal that comes through like this. I always look and sort of challenge my sort of views on it. But I think you're right, possibly the JLP, but also the neighbourhood plans as well.
You wouldn't normally go into that level of detail in the JLP when you look at lots of different settlements. We can certainly look at it. I'm 39 4th Street, Salcombe. I cannot remember the last time this authority lost a listed building consent. And I have to say, I think this decision is a shocker, because fundamentally, the inspector has looked at other balconies and other additions to unlisted properties to justify it on a listed property. I think I'm really struggling with this one. I'm just going to put it down to the inspector had a bad day.
This is one of the worst ones that I can think, exactly for PACs. It's listed building. There were good, in my view, good arguments, you know, for the refusal. So, you know, I think this is one I can look at it time and time again, come back to Pat's thing. Just a bad day for the inspector.
Yeah, if a similar application landed on our desks tomorrow, we would make exactly the same recommendation, because it's just wrong for that to happen in that listed building. But
Councillor Allen.
Can I just ask, I mean, maybe this is something I should know already, but once it's been to appeal and decisions been made, if something materially changes which could affect, if the inspector had known about it at the time, it might have affected his decision. Is that something the council can go back to the inspector with, or is it the absolute end of the story?
it's not the end of the story. However, can I just see if I can clarify your question? If an inspector makes a decision today and there's a planning policy change after today, but before that development has started, no, we can't go back to the inspector, because the inspector's taken the decision is made on the basis of what the planning policy and guidance is on the day the decision is made. So no, we can't go back after it. And if we identify some information, we had some information that we hadn't given to the inspector, that's our fault. We can't go back to the inspector and say, well, you should have considered this, if we hadn't given him the evidence to consider. What the only redress, and this would be for either us or the appellant, is if we believe the inspector has made an error in law, then a decision can be judicially reviewed. But that would be the only route post an appeal decision.
Thank you for that. I suppose what I was thinking in terms of if it's a listed building, I don't know, other information might come to light. I don't know, somebody famous might have lived there that people didn't recognise, or there might have been some facts in the background which the inspector wasn't aware of, which the council learnt about subsequently. Can they then go back to the inspector and say, in light of this new information that we've got, could you revisit your decision? Or does that never happen? David Feather's shaking his head.
Lawfully, we can't. No.
Right. No.
No, we can't. So it is our responsibility, or it is the decision makers, the local authority's responsibility, to ensure that the inspector has got all of the information we need them to have to be able to make a reasoned judgment, and hopefully to back up our decision. So no, if something came out that I don't know, somebody famous, Councillor Hodgson lived in a property sometime before, therefore you should deal with it. No, you couldn't. Yeah, a blue plaque.
Mr. Fairburn, like to come in.
Yeah, the difference, of course, would be if there was something occurred between the hearing or the inquiry and the decision notice being issued, there was a change in policy, then the inspector will be bound to consider it. Or if new information came to light, then there'd be opportunity to seek the additional views. But beyond, once the decision's made, and that's it. We move on.
Thank you, Mr. Fairburn. At that point, you said it will move on.
And you'll be pleased to know the last one for me, 1 Devon Villas in Salcombe. The main issue was the effect on the character and appearance of the local area, which is both AONB, or was AONB at the time, and Salcombe Conservation Area. So clearly before the change in the legislation. The inspector considered the appeal scheme would be in keeping with the local building vernacular, represent a minor addition to the overall townscape. I find this would have an acceptable impact on the character appearance of the area in its scale, massing and design, and for those reasons the significance of the conservation area will be preserved and there will be no harm. I think it's just a difference of opinion, because we certainly cited all the right policies. We felt there would be harm. The inspector felt there wouldn't, and it's just one of those another one of those subjective issues. But I think what we need to do is look at the appeals that we've lost, because we're still winning more than we're losing from them, to be fair. So I'm not saying we've got an awful appeal record. We haven't, but I think because we do seem to be losing a few householders now. I think we might need to look back at what's happened over the last 6 months and bring those to you, and just go through to see so you can see exactly what it is inspectors are now saying is acceptable. So I think that might inform some of your debates and applications that come in front of you.
And from my point of view, particularly the last one, is to look, once it is built out, to take the views of the officers and others and look at it in the context of, as it says, the townscape. So it'll be an interesting one to look at. But I think Pat's right in bringing things, with greater detail back to committee.
I think I'm right in saying that Rendock was the only one that was a member decision.
Yes, that was.
I think the rest were all officer recommendation. I think all of the rest were officer recommendations for refusal. I think Rendock was the only one that there was a difference of opinion between officers and members. And again, it's one of those subjective ones.
Okay, that concludes the agenda item 7, planning appeals. Now move on to item 8, was the update on undetermined major applications. But the usual with that is that unless you have any particular issues or concerns with that list, we just take that list as noted. And I'd say if there is anything specific for a member to query, that they bring that offline to Pat or the relevant officer. If not, if there's no other sort of comments, that brings us to the end of our committee meeting today. Thank you everybody for attendance, and anybody else. David, thank you for your attendance online and the various officers presenting today, and I declare the meeting closed.